You can. Ça va être trop tard pour changer, Gilles. Désolé. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the For Sustainable Food Forum. We had a early morning glitch or rookie mistake on my part that the entrance to the building, the square, is actually in multiple areas, so we had to go down on the ground and herd people up this way. So thanks for your patience, thanks for getting here. Thank you all for coming today. Great effort on behalf of my team. I represent Revolve. We're the communication partner for this wonderful project called Pathways. This is currently being live streamed, so for those who are signing in and watching from abroad, you're most welcome as well. You can leave comments, questions, any kind of remarks in the chat of the YouTube for those that are remote. We will try to address them and relay them to our moderator, Natasha Foote, later during that policy panel. I wanted to draw your attention to our magazine, Revolve, that you have copies out on the tables and by registration. It has a wonderful article in it by our colleagues at Pathways and from our sister projects, Code Refarm, Intact, and Meat Quality. Are some of you here today from these projects? Anyone from Intact? Anyone from Meat Quality? Okay, last strike 3 is coming up. Anyone from Code Refarm? Yes. Yes. Representing in strength, four participants. Thank you for coming. You can find the agenda here by scanning this QR code. We chose to not print. We're trying to be as sustainable as possible within the realms of reality, basically. And I'd like to bring your attention to the follow-up forum that our colleagues from AgroMix are organizing on the 17th of April. Josep, Jake, and Marion, if you could raise your hands so people know who you are. There's Josep Kraus-Duran, superstar comms guy from AgroMix, representing Revolve in Barcelona. Talk to him about that forum. It's coming up on the 17th of April, so very nice follow-up to our forum today. Okay, housekeeping for what's going to happen today. We are going to have some survey results from our partner Gilles, who's sitting over here, Gilles Nassi, who will intervene after me very briefly. We'll have a policy discussion, debates, moderated by Natasha Foote. We'll have a short coffee break. And then we will have a rather original Pecha Kucha pitching time for 14 to 15 different practice hubs that we'll introduce a little bit later. At lunchtime, the photo exhibition of those same practice hub images should be on display in the foyer area where the catering is. And then this afternoon, we will have these wonderful sustainable storylines introduced by our very own Pierre-Marie. And then you'll go into different rooms this afternoon and try to solve these rather complex issues of sustainable food systems. So to give you a little bit of context, before I do that, then you guys will come back here for the closing plenary, and then if you're still hanging on, we will all go downstairs for a group photo at the end of the day, and we have reserved some tables at the little cafe that's on, at the bottom of this building, basically. So very briefly, to give you some historical context, which I found interesting when we came to visit this venue, this very room was where some of the early negotiations on agricultural policy took place some 50 years ago, okay? And this photo here is from 1971, I believe, so over 50 years ago. You have an actual cow, I think that's in the parliament, yeah? So, and then this is 50 years later, taken by our very own Royal Jimenez for Revolve, and this, of course, is in the streets of Brussels, okay? So what has changed in 50 years is one of the sort of looming questions here. Are we going forwards, or are we going in circles, or what's going on, guys? I found this very indicative of the then and now. And then MEP Tilly Metz, I heard her speak on Euronews a few weeks ago, and she mentioned these findings from Eurobarometer, which are very interesting. Eurobarometer is a public polling system that's run by the European Commission. And here, I'm not going to read every one, but I encourage you guys to skim them. The fact that 83% of respondents support limiting the transport time of animals, for example. This taps into a factual thing that's related to the animal welfare that we're working on with these projects. 74% of Europeans support better protection of the welfare of pet animals in their country. 90% of Europeans believe it's important to protect the welfare of farm animals, etc. There's a large majority here from these public surveys that are saying, let's do it. Let's get our act together and protect animals better. So on that note, just giving some broad context of the historical spectrum that we're looking at and some of these public findings, I want to pass the floor now to Gilles, who, if you could please come up here and you can use the this little clicker here. He's going to introduce his survey work for the Pathways Project to give a little bit of insight there.
Thank you, Stuart. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm going to present you the first result of a survey that has been conducted in the Work Package 4. It has been driven by Anna Scholz from FIBL, and I'm in charge of presenting you the first result. So it's okay, I've got it. A method of survey. It was a web survey made in 5 countries, which were supposed to represent the whole Europe. But of course, it's not exactly the representation, but at least we have Germany, France, Italy, Romania, and Sweden. So we've made a sampling of 500 respondents in each country. And it was conducted between November 23 and February 24. So you see, it's quite new results. It just arrived. It's fresh. So what's the first results and the first information we got? The level of motivation for the consumer. The question was, indicates your level of motivation for sustainable food consumptions regarding environment, climate, and animal welfare. From the scale from 1, I'm not interested at all, to 4, I'm already doing it. As you see, environment is an important matter for most people, as well as climate friendly, as well as animal friendly. What we can see is there is some differences between countries, especially for Romania and also Sweden, which is a bit lower in environmental friendly and climate friendly. But most of all, the average is higher than the minimum. Second question, perceived responsibility of different actors. Who should act for sustainability? Consumers, retailers, shops, owner or distributors, farmers, or policymakers. As you see, it's quite homogeneous response, and everybody should work on it. Consumer, retailers, farmers, and policymakers. So we are all together here, so we know that it is an important issue, and each one at his level should work for it according to the respondent we had in this review. Acceptance of interventions to promote sustainable food consumptions. How to do it? By labels, information labels, for example, traffic light and things like that, or by choice by authorities, labeling of benefit of sustainable foods, financial incentives, taxes, for example, compensation for taxes for unsustainable products, or binding agricultural sustainability regulations. Here again, there is a large majority of people who think it could be a good idea to make actions of this kind, with the differences according to countries. What I noticed is, for example,
Sorry, 2 minutes. Yeah?
okay, yes, it's almost finished. It's the last slide. I can see that France, who is very used to regulations, you know, they are the less keen of doing this again, compared with other countries. France don't like too much binding regulations. But let's say that altogether, information incentive is more suitable for people than obligation. And at last, acceptance of the future policy, maintain status quo, more efficiency produce animal-based product. That's interesting, because efficiency is quite interesting for some of the people. Lab-grown meat, it's not well perceived, hopefully for us. Rich plant protein, that's an interesting way. And more locally produced animals. That's interesting because it has to be local. It's not only environmental friendly, is linked to local production. Reduction of meat animals, some of people. Welfare is quite attendant, and more organic products as well is interested. But what we can see is lab-grown meat is not welcome. Okay, that's finished for me.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Gilles. I believe this is Lawrence, but Valerios, you should, if you want to come over, please, we'll go back to these slides afterwards. Rookie mistake. Up. Here we go. Voila. So introducing Mr. Valerio Abadesa from DG Agri.
So thank you very much and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to open the forum of today. Let me start by addressing the current debate on sustainable livestock farming system, which is quite complex, probably less chaotic than the slides that you're going to see in a while. Let's say that the impact and the future of livestock system is at the center of attention by the media, by the consumers, by the scientific community, also by the farmers, as we have seen. Well, let's say livestock is quite important, it's crucial for agriculture in Europe, but the livestock system face different challenges. And these challenges cover all dimensions, environmental, social, and economic dimension. In addition, very often the positive role of livestock system is, well, especially in particular areas like in marginal areas, the positive role on environment, let's say, or biodiversity, or the economic or cultural, social importance of the livestock system is very often overlooked. But the farmers are trying to make their best to improve the quality, the productivity, and also the efficiency of the farming system, but they also face several challenges, and they have to change, to make a transformative change of the responding, reflecting, let's say, the societal concern, and also the needs for more sustainable and resilient farming system. In the last decades, research innovation switched from improving livestock productivity and animal health and welfare to broader aspects like the environmental and climate impact, like the proper use of natural resources, the One Health approach, the One Welfare approach, the resilience, the circularity, etc. You can name them. And also the integration of technology, innovative practices, and also innovative tools that help farmers to improve their farming system. Technology that they may be new or they may be, let's say, adopted from other sectors like precision livestock farming or sensor or robotics or diagnostic tools, genomics, new feed additives, etc., have helped the farmers to improve their efficiency and their productivity. But very often, well, in order to respond to the requirements and also help the farmer to move towards a transition towards a sustainable livestock system. Very often when we talk about climate change mitigation and adaptation, the role of farmer cannot be seen as in an isolated compound. We should have a system approach. So the system approach is required for the livestock farming system, which means taking into account all the components of the entire food value chain, which is important. And in Europe, we have a broad range of policies that help the sustainable food system. There are policies that address only products, others address environmental and climate impact, other health, research, innovation, trade, etc., etc. Many of these policies in the agricultural sector are address, let's say, the primary production, as you can see in the bottom of the slide. But sometimes the synergies and also trade-off among policies is not very well, let's say, explained or addressed. On the other side, research and innovation provide new knowledge and also solution to farmers to accelerate this transition. But this solution must be realistic from a technical point of view, but also from a socio-economic point of view. Otherwise, the accessibility to this solution will be complicated for many farmers, especially those who live in marginal areas or those who have a low income. So it's important to have a systemic approach. In the previous and the current framework program, in Horizon 2020, in Horizon Europe, we try to cover different domains, as you can see in the slide. But we need to do more on the system approach. Certainly there are different livestock systems. There is a very diverse framework, a very diverse farming system all around Europe, so no one size fits all. Sometimes there is, in some cases, there is a lack of data, or there are contradictory data, and in other cases it's quite difficult to quantify the impact or to quantify the natural process for land use or agricultural production. So from one side, let's say the policymaker should provide an appropriate regulatory frame to favor and also incentive, let's say, to favor this transition. But on the other side, the scientific community should provide scientific-based evidence to help farmers to provide solutions to inform policymakers. Somebody told that the role of science is not to open the doors to the infinite knowledge, but rather to place a barrier to infinite ignorance. And I think this is important, not only in this domain or livestock sector, but in general, in all domains. With regard to the challenges, finally, the common challenges to respond to this societal concern and to provide scientific evidence, relying on bridging studies, on exchange of data between different areas of application, on cross-fertilization among disciplines and among sectors, on an holistic approach, and on improving, implementing process, data, and technology and methods that must be adapted to the local context. So let's say a key word is place-based solution. So it's important to focus on local and territorial level. And with this, I would like to welcome you to this forum, and I understand that we are going to explore different, let's say, needs, but also bottleneck and strength and weakness in the different options towards a sustainable livestock system. And I think we will take stock from the meeting of today and also from the result from Pathways project. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Valerio. I will now pass the floor to our coordinator of the Pathways project to introduce in a speed presentation, as we're already behind schedule, not surprisingly. And then we'll pass the floor to Natasha Foote, so get ready.
Okay. Thanks, Stuart and Valerio. 5 minutes, okay. Okay, a speed presentation, are you ready? So yeah, welcome everybody to this midterm forum. It's wonderful to see you all. I'm going to take you through the Pathways project for those who are not familiar with what we're doing in this initiative. And so start with, just to give you the bare facts, it's a €9 million Horizon 2020 project funded by the European Union within the Horizon 2020 work programme. There's 31 partners across a range of countries in Europe, as you can see here. And our overarching aim is to inform policy, but also developing research methods and informing business strategies for sustainable livestock systems. And we started in September 2021. So you can see we have a real good mix of industry and academic partners across the different European countries, as shown on the bottom left here. And that's very core to our approach, is working together with industry and policymakers. So we've got 4 key objectives, which are shown here. So I'm not going to go through them all in view of time limitations, but we're essentially developing improved sustainability assessment methods for livestock and applying those to evaluate innovations within the sector. And we're co-designing scenarios and transition pathways which will help to support a transition to sustainable livestock systems. And it's sort of illustrated on this slide here, but essentially we're sort of halfway through the process now. So we've developed the methods, we've developed initial storylines which will lead to scenario evaluations in the coming months, which will eventually lead to pathway identification at the end of the project. So Pathways is really at the centre of the debate around the future of food in the context of planetary boundaries, growing populations, soil erosion and landscape quality, as well as issues like carbon labelling and human nutrition. And farmers are really at the centre of this debate, as you can see, tried to picture here on this slide. So we're trying to address this challenge from an interdisciplinary perspective using robust science. And 2 elements are key to this approach. So first of all, we're learning from innovation in practice. So we're working with practice hubs across Europe that we'll hear more about later today to see what works well in a range of contexts. And we're also developing and evaluating scenarios for the future of livestock in 2050. And so those 2 core methods shown on these slides here. So Our practice hubs you'll hear more about later today, but these cover a range of innovative farmers who are practicing a range of techniques from agroecological practices through to some more agri-tech focused initiatives, encompassing everything from cow-calf rearing to 100% grass-fed rearing to improved housing design and improved diets. And we've been collecting data from these practice hubs with a holistic sustainability assessment tool to look at trade-offs across the different dimensions of sustainability like biodiversity, soil, energy and social well-being and so on. We're delving into the detail as well with this data in terms of identifying clusters within these innovative practitioners and seeing what we can learn from the different groups of farms that are identified through this detailed analysis. So this is an example from an earlier project where we assessed around 60 farms and we were able to identify groups of farms that had high performance for environmental indicators and farms that were more variable and those that had worse performance in some areas. And so we're looking to identify what characterizes these farms and learn from the techniques that they're applying on a social, environmental and economic level. So on the scenario development side, this sort of second tier of the project, or second pillar of the project, we've been through a very detailed process of development and evaluation over the last years, starting with a 2020 baseline and thinking about what livestock could look like in 2050 across the different sectors. And we plan to apply an evaluation framework to these scenarios that we'll be hearing more about later, and to look at the impacts across different criteria, as shown here, ranging from environmental to economic and social domains. We're also thinking about how we get from here to there in terms of transitions, and thinking in particular about the leverage points that are needed to implement the systemic change in order to identify trade-offs and synergies and the best options for policy moving forward. Yeah, so I'm not going to go through the storylines that have been developed through this process today, because we're going to go into that in more detail today, but just to say that these cover a range of futures, covering a range of sort of socio-economic and socio-ecological and socio-technical aspects, again, sort of covering sort of agroecological as well as agri-tech futures and everything in between. So we'll be talking about these in more depth later, so I won't go through them now. As you can see here, there's quite an interesting range of potential outcomes from these storylines, which will lead to our scenario evaluations. So in summary, Pathways is developing this robust holistic assessment through innovation assessments and scenario evaluations. And this will help us to identify what works in a range of socio-ecological, socio-economic contexts. And co-designed scenarios and improved methods are going to be implemented throughout this process to make sure that the recommendations we provide are really fit for purpose. And you can really help us with this by engaging with the project effectively. And of course, you're here today, but you can continue to engage by making sure that you follow us on our links on social media. I had a slide here, it's gone, but there's a Pathways LinkedIn page, Twitter page, as well as a various other our website, as well as the mailing list you can sign up to. So make sure you keep track of our activities by signing up to our newsletters and social media in particular. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to a brilliant team. As usual, I'm just the messenger. Everyone else has done all the brilliant work that I've presented some of today. So thank you to you all for the fantastic work you're continuing to do in Pathways. So I'll hand back to Stuart now. So thank you.
And thanks to you, Lawrence, for the great leadership and the great project Pathways is. I'm going to get us on to the next phase of the event today, introducing Natasha Foote, agri-food correspondent, a great journalist. Very happy to have you with us today. Please take over. You can introduce your panel, and let me see if the technicians can hear me, if they can log in with MEP Canfin, please, from the Zoom call. Are you happy there, or do you want?
I'm happy. No, this is good. This is good. I like to be in the yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. As Stuart said, my name is Natasha Foote. I'm a freelance agri-food journalist based here in Brussels. I have the pleasure of guiding the discussion over the first half of this event. So it's great to be here and in this room. Very interesting to hear the history. I'm not here to give ideas, but I thought it was interesting that there was a cow in the original negotiations. So that was an interesting observation, maybe food for thought. So the first part of this morning session is all about policy perspectives with a look back on the work that was done or not done over the past few years, and a look ahead on the future path towards sustainability. Of course, the conversation falls at a very key moment, not only because the EU elections are just around the corner, but also because of this continuing unrest we see in the farming community. So we will be talking about the policy response and digging into that a little bit more. And to help us do so, we have with us today Liberal MEP Pascal Canfin, who is also chair of the European Parliament's Envy Committee. You can see Pascal there on the screen. We also have with us today Gregor Bodziak, who is Vice President of the Polish Agricultural Federation and Chairman of the Board of Good Valley Agro. We have Pierre-Marie Aubert, who is a Director of Agri-Food Policies at IDRI, that's the Sustainable Development Think Tank, and Brigitte Musson, the Head of Unit for Animal Products at the European Commission's DG Agri. So welcome to all of our panellists. I'd like to welcome you now to the stage. Not sure where you all are, dotted around. We can bring you up to the front here. Excellent. And so we're going to kick off with a round of opening remarks from our panellists. And I'd like to start with Pascal, who is joining us online. And I know is on a slightly tight agenda. He has to leave quite soon. So Pascal, let me open with you. And I'd like to hear your reflections. Maybe I can frame your opening remarks about the legacy of the farm to fork. As the mandate comes to the close, what in your view is the legacy of the Green Deal, this policy, and what would you say are the key lessons to take away from this? Pascal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Good. So I would say that if there is one legacy at that stage, is that there is little legacy. Okay, why? First, because a lot of the rules within the scope of farm to fork are not in place, and either are adopted but not in place, or are not adopted and very likely will not be adopted, at least short term. I take one example, the pesticide regulation that was, let's say, killed in the parliament, and on the opposite, the new genomic techniques that is being killed in the council. So, short term, there is little prospect that things move. Of course, medium term, that could be different, but short term, it's almost a done deal. Then, when it comes to nature restoration law, it is adopted, narrowly, but adopted. So now it's going to start into the implementation phase, but nothing is in place. Then regarding the greening of the CAP, because of course you cannot disconnect the farm to fork strategy and the CAP. The greening of the CAP has just the greening measures of the CAP have just started to be implemented. But as you know, regarding the GAEC, one of the conditionality, it's being derogated for second time now, and for the rest, it might be jeopardized if I follow the first recommendations coming from the communication in the maybe very short-term reform of the CAP. So if you put all things together, very little, to be honest, very little has been agreed and almost nothing has been implemented. It's the sad reality. And why? Mainly because there was no real theory of change. And I said that, as you know, I'm a big supporter of the Green Deal, so I'm saying this very constructively. But there was a very clear lack of theory of change. And when we have the theory of change in other sectors of the Green Deal, It's of course not an easy game. I mean, who can think that it will be an easy game to get to climate neutrality? Obviously nobody, but it keeps on moving. Mobility, energy, industry, and so on, where we are facing new challenges because we are moving ahead, and we are moving ahead because we have a theory of change shared with economic players. At least a majority of them, not all of them, we will never get unanimity behind, but at least a majority of them. And still, we have a political majority to keep on moving the ball. That's why we need to try to depolarize the Green Deal, the agri part of the Green Deal, or the agri-food part of the Green Deal. And that's the key word for me. As soon as you polarized the green transition, then it's the recipe for failure. In the agri part, it has been highly polarized for the, let's say, for the last 12 months. And it means that we cannot operate anymore. Because either everything falls, or if it passes, it is challenged 2 years later, or if it passes with a very narrow margin, there is a high potential of, let's say, poor implementation or lack of implementation. So the core element is the theory of change. And then I have some concrete proposals to make, but maybe you have questions to raise them.
I do, and we can definitely dig into those concrete proposals, but thank you very much for setting the scene there. I heard some laughter from our panellists when you said about the lack of the legacy of the farm to fork, so I think you've maybe got some agreement here on the panel. So thank you for that. So before we get in and dig into this panel discussion, I know that each of our panellists sitting here have prepared some short presentations for us. So I will start with Gregor. I believe yours are the first. So I will give you the floor, and hopefully we can get your presentations up on the screen. As you maybe from here is easier, yeah, just for time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the invitation and having a chance to participate in this project. Let me start with explaining who I am and who Good Valley is and how we can maybe contribute to the discussion and debate about the sustainable model in agriculture, even talking about large-scale agriculture. So basically, we are based in Poland, western part of Poland, where we used to have large state-run farms in the past, and the idea of rebuilding this operation after the collapse of the state farms came from Denmark. Our Danish investors, a group of farmers, decided to go into this project and started to build it up in a new way, adopting from the very early beginning new solutions coming from their experience in Denmark. At that time, we didn't use the word sustainability. We rather used the word logic and rationale. Building the whole value chain, starting with crop production, own crop production on 13,000 hectares of land today, own feed production, own pig production, then with slaughtering, processing, and production of renewable energy in the end, based off slurry and biomass. So very much a model of a circular bioeconomy build up during 30 years. Nothing happens from year to year. It takes time and also money. If we take the next slide, you see all the parts of this value chain, and what is crucial to us that we can present this to our consumers and try to build up even bigger trust in the end in how things are produced from the very beginning, and that they come from a circular and quite a closed model, located also close to one another when in terms of sites, production sites, farms, and facilities. Let's take the next slide. This would be a typical picture of a farm which we run, surrounded with some hectares of land. In this case, we have a farm for 9,000 finishers and about 700 hectares of land, and also a biogas plant. In fact, the first one in Poland, which we built back in 2005, paving the way to the development of biogas industry in somehow. So this together creates a circular model where we take even whole Good Valley company with all the operations. And now with 8 biogas plants, we can say we are self-sufficient in electricity, and we even have a surplus, which is sold to the grid. And we have a coverage of 70% talking about our heat consumption. So very much in the direction of the circular model. If we take the next one, the final part of the business is, of course, slaughtering, processing, and sales to mainly big market chains. We slaughter around 12,000 pigs per week. And they come from 25 farms, which are spread around in the Pomerania. So each of them had this circular context of land and biogas. And in the end, I've been trying to communicate these things to the consumers. And that is a longer story, which maybe we'll touch in our debate. It's a difficult task. It is especially difficult to put an extra margin on the product just because you have this added value and you communicate it. In our case, we put this QR code on our packages back in 2022, I believe, and that enabled the consumers to get into a website and check the whole chain and the way how products are created. So basically, the last slide, which I like very much, which kind of was a conclusion of a meeting in Lyon last year, when we discussed the European Green Deal. It really takes and requires a big effort in 3 areas at the same time if we want to achieve these goals. I agree fully with this. So it's not only about agroecology, but also at the same time, change of paradigms in our consumption. When we talk about the wrong distribution, also about our food, access to food across the world, but also reduction of food waste, which also now is huge. So with all these 3, maybe we have a chance to achieve the goals. Let me just finish with this one. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Gregor. Let me pass the floor now to you, Brigitte. You've also prepared some slides, as I understand it. And I will pass you the floor for your opening remarks.
Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. So I understand that we are more in the research world today, but we are talking about policy. So maybe the first question is there a place here for policy? Do we need a policy? What policy are we talking about? So today we talk about livestock, in particular, pathways to make them or make the sector sustainable. So maybe it's important first to look at the sector. So what are we talking about? In Europe, we are talking about 134 million pigs. We are talking about 75 million cows, 70 million sheep and goat, 1.6 billion poultry birds. So that's a bit the framework in which we are working for the moment. What is also very clear when you look at the latest years or even the latest decades is that we have overall everywhere in all sectors a decrease in animal population, in farmed animal population. You have also a very diverse landscape when you look at the 27 member states of the Union. 54% of all livestock population is located in only 4 member states. So you have them in Spain, France, Germany, and Italy. So with those 4 member states, you have more than half of livestock population. In Spain, you have 1/4 of all pigs in Spain. And you have also 1/4 of all sheep in Spain. In Greece, that I've not yet mentioned, you have 1/4 of all goats. And then in France, you have nearly 1/4 of all bovines, 23% when we look at 2022 figures. When you have a look at farms, we saw the picture of tractors in Brussels. So when we look at farmers, at those who are in the field or at those who are taking care of those farmed animals, we have in Europe some 4 million farms with livestock. And this is a bit less than half of all farms in Europe. So it's 45% of all farms in Europe. And most of them are small farms. 41% of them have less than 2 hectares, so really small farms. 50% of them have less than 5 livestock units. So just to put the picture, we've just heard a very good example from Good Valley with very big farms. So we have to be conscious of the variety of the landscape. It means that when we look at that, we should never believe that there is a one-size-fits-all solution. And that means also there is no one-size-fits-all policy, maybe. Then, what are the prospects from an economic point of view? Are we looking at a sector that is that has positive prospects, or are we looking at a sector that is restructuring, adapting, that is maybe suffering from some bashing here and there, being reluctant to invest because of maybe fears about policies? Basically, you have production for all of them declining or projected to decline in the coming decade, except for poultry. For some of them, it's a trend that has started already some time ago. But for milk, for instance, it's the first time in the milk history of the Union that we have prospects for downward production. So, coming back to our question, do we need to bother about policy for sustainable livestock? MEP Canfin talked about the Green Deal, the Farm to Fork strategy. Why do we have a Green Deal? So we have to put ourselves back 5 years ago when Commission President Ursula von der Leyen was a candidate to become the president, and when she hinted at this Green Deal in her political priorities. What was the aim? The aim was not to reduce anything. The aim was to give a green growth strategy ahead of Europe. And why does it matter for livestock? Because indeed, there is an impact, a footprint of livestock on a number of elements in our planet. And it's important that everybody, not just the livestock sector, not just farmers, everybody is aware that efforts have to be done if we want all humankind to continue living on this planet. So what's the share to be done by livestock? In order to be able to answer that question, we have to look at facts. So where is the impact? It's in greenhouse gas emissions, and we'll come back to that in a minute. It's also in pollution, in particular in areas with high livestock density. You have pollution on water via nitrate leakage, but also ammonia and nitrogen emissions. You have soil acidification coming from livestock, air and water pollution beyond the ones just mentioned. With regard to greenhouse gas emissions, you know that we have been on a downward trend for a number of years already. And thanks to the so-called CAP strategic plans that you have no doubt heard about and that each member state has to adopt and make green lighted by the Commission. We expect to have a further reduction in the years to come by 8% with regard to greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture and livestock in particular. As you know, livestock is making up 65% of direct greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture in the EU. Are we good pupils or bad pupils? When we have a look at the rest of the world, in fact, we realize that for most of the emissions, we are basically the only ones having made efforts so far and having reduced our emissions. You have the first graph with total greenhouse gas emissions, the second one with methane, third one on nitrous oxides, and the last one also on nitrous oxides, but from synthetic fertilizers. So that allows us to position the EU vis-à-vis the rest of the world. And maybe another figure to keep in mind, when you look at EU livestock greenhouse gas emissions, you are in fact looking at 1% of total world emissions. 1%. And again, the question, do we need policy or not? In fact, we need policy because it's not enough to identify what's wrong with livestock, so where there is a footprint that we want to reduce in livestock. We have also to take account of the positive externalities of livestock and of everything that we are in danger of losing if we have an approach that is drastic on livestock. Animals convert what humans cannot eat into something that becomes nutritious for humans. Livestock farming uses land that cannot be used for crops, what we call marginal land. Livestock, and it was also recalled by Gregor from Good Valley, is a potential source of renewable energy and organic fertilization. When you have extensive pasture, this is not the case for all livestock farming models, but when you have them, they have a proven potential in terms of carbon sequestration. So it's part of the solution, not just part of the problem. And livestock, especially grazing ruminants, can also have a positive impact on biodiversity, providing wildlife habitats for flora and fauna that are specific to those grassland ecosystems. Finally, we started with it, we end with it. Let's not forget that livestock is, in some areas of Europe, the only possible economic activity, the only activity that makes rural areas a place for humans to live in. So, the answer to the question, yes, we need policy if we conceive policy as a way to give a direction. That's probably what we have with policies outside the Common Agricultural Policy. Yes, we need policy if it is an accompanying policy, and that's what we have with the Common Agricultural Policy, that is trying to reward those who make steps towards a sustainable future. Because in the future, we will continue to rely on livestock for providing nutritious proteins to humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Brigitte. And now, last but certainly not least, let me pass the floor over to you, Pierre-Marie. I understand you're just going to ad-lib. You're not using presentation.
Yeah, I have some slides, but
okay, let me pass
I prefer to go like this.
Okay.
Thanks, Brigitte, Gregory, and Pascal, and of course Natasha for those preliminary thoughts. yeah, coming back to the end of Brigitte's presentation and what Pascal said as well, we need policies, and policies are the instrument through which we can kind of implement a vision or gear towards a vision. And I think it's all about the theory of change that Pascal mentioned earlier. What is the theory of change? It's basically about having a vision, what we want for the ag and food sector, and in our case for the livestock sector. What's the social and political compromise which is behind? I mean, do we have a kind of compromise at the level of society between different political forces that kind of back this vision? And then once we have that, let's think about the right instruments, the right policies to do that. And of course, it's not, you know, one debate you have and then you close once for all. It's an iterative process between, okay, the vision, how far is the vision backed by science? What do science tell us about, you know, the quality of the environment we're going to have with that, the socioeconomic impacts of that vision, etc. Okay, based on that, to what extent do we get that compromise politically, socially about that vision? And then, okay, are the instruments we have designed the right ones to really move forward the kind of vision we have discussed? So it's all about those three building blocks and going around them and using science to feed that conversation as much as possible. So I think it's all about that. And as Pascal said, maybe at some point in the farm-to-fork negotiation, we kind of forgot about the need to build compromises, about the need to really discuss and find ways in which we could all move in the right direction. And then, no surprise that the instruments that we designed were kind of, you know, left aside. So coming back to the question of livestock and what kind of vision or what kind of policies then we could have, I think the question is about what is the vision again, and to design that vision, it's about what is important. And it's a question of, it's a political question, it's a social question. What do we want for our sector, for our livestock sector, for agriculture? And here I think we don't have the choice. We need to take into consideration with the same level of ambition biophysical question and social and economical question. There's no way in which we can do otherwise, because basically if we don't adapt our sector, there is no future for our sector given the level of shocks we are going to kind of to deal with in the future. So if we take this into account, and I'll stop here, what do we know from science? We've been exploring in Pathways and elsewhere what scenarios, biophysical scenarios, tell us about the livestock sector and the agri-food systems in a number of places in Europe. And the answer is clear. We need kind of, physically speaking at least, we need kind of important changes in dietary practices towards slightly less animal source food in diets, and at the same time a change towards animal or livestock systems that rely less on feed that is in competition with food and that are more adapted to an evolving environment. That is pretty clear. Then how to convert this into something that is appealing for stakeholders, where there is something in it for them, that is where we don't have so much evidence, because we haven't been working so much on, okay, how do we convert a biophysical vision, which is really nice, but what about farmers there? What about value chain workers there? What about consumers? How much they will have to pay and how much they will be rewarded for the work they do? This is where a project like Pathways come in to try to bring in together economic analysis, biophysical analysis, social analysis to feed in the political debate. So I'll end up saying that we've done preliminary analysis in the dairy sector in France, for example, and we see that the option space is much wider than we usually think in terms of combining biophysical objectives, socioeconomic objectives, including the price of food for consumers and the number of jobs that the food system has to offer to society. So not to say the dairy sector applies to all of the sectors and that there are no trade-offs. There are trade-offs. But I think we need to continue that journey towards identifying, okay, where are the trade-offs and how can we build synergies to ultimately get to the kind of social and political compromise behind the vision that will help us to design the right instruments and then to implement them.
Thank you very much, and that loops us very nicely back to Pascal's comments right at the beginning. So I will turn to Pascal now, who we're going to hopefully get up onto the screen in just a second. I know he has to leave at past, so I'm going to focus my questions there, but I promise I will come back to you guys afterwards. So Pascal, you spoke about, you had some concrete proposals. We just heard from Pierre-Marie about this lack of vision, a lack of coherent vision perhaps, that was a problem. Didn't set the foundation for the Green Deal adequately. Can you speak a little bit more, dig into these concrete ideas that you have moving forward, how to create that vision? And also you spoke about the need to depolarize this debate. And of course, this is coming on the back of Ursula von der Leyen's strategic dialogue. Do you see anything there in the space to maybe depolarize the debate? I'd be curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. So I would focus my intervention in the remaining minutes I have on three elements, three proposals that I've been pushing, we will push for next term, precisely to help depolarizing and implementing the transition based on the objectives we agreed on before. The first one is an equivalent of ETS for the food sector. So I insist that it is not an ETS on farmers. It's the opposite, okay? So far, the vast majority of the regulation, on the green regulations regarding agriculture, whether we talk about pesticides, animal welfare, and so on, are always targeting farmers themselves and not the value chain, which I think is the core of the mistake. Because the farmers are, on average, of course, it's a very diverse world, but on average, the weakest link of the value chain. And if you, in the theory of change, if you target the weakest link, you do not change. You just fail. So we need to think who are the best placed players to drive and to implement the change. And obviously, my response to that is that it's better to target the companies that are transforming, processing, and then selling the goods, the food, and not only the ones producing the food. Because then, per nature, you have level playing field, per nature, you have capacity to invest medium term, you have a capacity to have, of course, in many cases, a larger balance sheet to support the medium term investments, and so on and so on. So that's why my proposal is an ETS for the food sector, from the big cooperatives to the retailers, when the retailers sell their own brand, under their own brand, not of course duplicating the ETS for processors, but when retailers sell under their own brand, they have to be covered. You discuss the threshold, then you discuss the target, and that's exactly the work which is now being done by the Commission, because Ursula von der Leyen is very much supportive of this new approach. And I guess that if political conditions are met, obviously, that could be a very big priority for next term on the agri part, which is, again, I insist on this, the opposite of a carbon prices of farmers. Because once you have this, an ETS for the food sector, then you create value. And then, of course, these companies, if they want to change, if they want to reduce their CO2 footprint and biodiversity to be put in place, to be taken into account as well, they will have to transfer value to the farms. Because if I take, I don't know, Danone or Unilever, 80% of their carbon footprint is the agri-sourcing. So if you put them under a reduction target, then of course they will finance the CO2 reduction in the farms. And then you solve a big part of the equation where farmers say, you put new rules, but you don't give me the same, the financial tools first. And when I sell my production, when I am in a business relation, these requirements on animal welfare, on pesticides, and so on are not reflected by the companies I sell to. So that's the core of the problem. We need to align the business rules and the NV commitment. Second, to go very fast, level playing field. The mirror clauses is key. I know it's a big debate. I know it's more complicated than it could appear, and I'm aware of the complexity of that. But if we keep on having a commission that is reluctant, opposing, dragging its feet to the mirror clauses, we will fail again. So we managed to start having something. We have this on antibiotics, we have this on nicotinoids, we have this on deforestation, which is very good because it was just non-existent a few years before. But then we need to reassure that there will be relevant, appropriate mirror clauses when it makes sense, and it makes sense in a lot of cases. If we do not have level playing field, it recreates social unacceptance. I will focus here because I'm a bit too long. So that's, to my view, maybe the two main ones. And the last one is just one word, is de-risking. We still don't have a de-risking facility for the agri-transition. So all the risks are bear by the farmers, which is not possible to bear because of the fact that they are, on average, the weakest link. So we need a broad de-risking facility, either within the CAP or outside the CAP. It's another debate, but we need to have it. More or less on the model of organic, which worked. I know that the organic market share is down now because of the prices, inflation, and so on, but the model worked very well. To de-risk for 3 years or 5 years, the risk associated to the transition. But when you do exactly the same thing for pesticides, you do not have any de-risking facility. When you do the same thing for animal welfare, you do not have any de-risking facility. So we need to organize this with what I call transition contracts. A transition contract that will say, okay, I am a company buying on the market, selling goods on the market, like Danone, Unilever, Bonduelle, or whoever, Nestle, and so on. Then I have off-take contracts to de-risk the change in my sourcing. And then I'm the cooperative, and I have off-take contracts with the farmers ahead of my sourcing. And then there is a public policy that could be put on top of this to have an additional layer of de-risking. EIB is not doing it. The CAP is not doing it. Member states, the vast majority, I'm not aware of the 27, of course, but the vast majorities of them don't have that kind of facility. To my view, it's a top priority as well to ease the process and to lower the risk and share the risk associated with transition. So that are three very concrete proposals that are, to my view, probably the top 3 ones to depolarize and implement.
Excellent, thank you, and perfectly on time. I understand you have to leave us, but thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today, Pascal. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there, of course, we did a bit of a very broad turnaround over all different kinds of themes there, but we'll dig into all of them a lot deeper now. Perhaps I'll turn to you, Gregor, first for the farmer's view, based on what we've just heard from Pascal, talking about, the weakest link of the value chain and how to try and change the power structures there in the food chain. You said in your opening remarks, that you need to have a closer connection with farmers, to consumers, to help them understand what the farm is doing. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on Pascal's reflections there, and perhaps also a comment on this need to depolarize this debate and whether and how you see that we can do that.
Yeah, it's a very complex issue. We agree all about it. As I mentioned, we have been able to build this whole model for many years. And we have time and a common economy for that because of the scale and the idea behind it. But it's not easy. And now with the new ideas, which are very much relevant, talking about our future and surviving, the farmers really feel themselves as the boys who are to be bashed, because they are the weakest link in the value chain, agree. I also work as an expert in Copa Cogeca working party pork meat, and there we discuss very much across at least 12 countries with dealing with the pig production. The new requirements which are on the way, including the animal welfare standards. That was a very hot issue over the last 2 years. And the general idea which we have and which we express, that we are very open to talk about it, because we would like to address these things and to change the standards, to adopt it. We just need to be aware of the costs and the time needed for implementation of these changes. So coming back to the comments by Pascal, also how to distribute the cost of this change, implementation of this change across the value chain. And of course, we see examples where now in single member countries trying to implement labeling on animal welfare. That has been existing in at least 7-8 countries now. And there have been also supermarket chains paying a high margin to the farmers for meat, in this case, coming from high animal standards. But this has proved to be quite unstable. So this higher margin seemed to disappear over time, and the farmers felt left with their own costs and their own challenge, not having a clear perspective and frame for this change and the process of change. So very much I would like to support the idea of more fair distribution of costs and all what it takes to introduce the change, whether we talk about animal welfare, pesticides, reduction of carbon footprint. Also because talking about the consumers, and also I think there is a lot of research and reviews on what are the main criteria for the consumers to choose the product on the shelf. And we would all like to say and declare, yes, we would like to buy organic or high animal welfare or low carbon footprint, but in the end, the price really has a very great significance here. And that is proven in a lot of research, I think. And so a combination of building the awareness, so education, and building this awareness by the consumers with good solutions for in good time and good financing tools for the implementation of the change over a wise period of time. That could be the solution. Let me just finish with this conclusion.
Thank you. And so, Bridget, let me turn to you now. Gregor mentioned there a few times the animal welfare legislation. There was this promised overhaul of the animal welfare legislation. I know Pascal spoke about the lack of legacy of the farm to fork, but this is one of the areas there was some success. One out of the 4 promised parts of the proposal that was put forward. Clearly a very strong support from citizens, as we also saw in the first presentation. So I want to turn to you to ask, how can we carry on the momentum of that overhaul and carry that work forward, and also bring in this elements that were mentioned both by Gregor and Pascal, especially Pascal's concept of de-risking in that transition for the animal welfare legislation. What are your thoughts there? You have to maybe grab the microphone there. Hiding. Yeah.
Thank you. So for animal welfare in particular, I think Gregor exactly mentioned the important elements. It's the length of the transition and how to make it viable for all the actors in the chain. So, as you know, the proposal that is on the table is a proposal that covers the transport of animals. In the future, the other elements continue to be worked on, but they are not yet on the table. This is in the hands of our colleagues from DG Sante. I am from DG Agri. And what we do in that context from a DG Agri point of view is to look into the economics of that transition for more animal welfare. One thing is clear, and we saw it also with the first slides that Stuart showed at the start of our session. There is a strong connection, let's say, between citizens and animal welfare. So from a societal point of view, it is something that comes regularly under the spotlight. And from a European policy perspective, absolutely no compromise can be done on animal welfare. Animal welfare is a value that we all share. We do not necessarily all have the same images in mind when we talk about animal welfare, but for sure this is important for citizens and by definition important for Europe. So the question mark is not will we improve animal welfare? The question mark is how do we do it so that it makes sense from a rational point of view. As we discussed earlier on, we need livestock farming in the future. So we need to make livestock farming adhere to animal welfare standards that are the best we can have according to our understanding of animal behavioral needs. So that's really the challenge. How much time and how do we accompany that from an economic point of view so that we don't lose our food security from an animal perspective along the way.
Thank you for that. Pierre-Marie, let me turn to you now. So we've spoken a lot about, the farmers being the weakest link of the value chain, the need to tackle this problem from an agri-food systems perspective. And, a lot of the, from the farm to fork, a lot of the fork side of the proposals were lost, one of which I'm thinking of is the SFS, the Sustainable Food Systems Law. So I'm curious to hear, this law was supposed to be a backbone for sustainability initiatives moving forwards, was supposed to, give this vision of food systems. I'm curious to hear what you see the impact of not bringing this proposal forward was, how to ensure this kind of concept is picked up again in the next mandate, and how that can help take a more holistic view of the agri-food sector.
Yeah, I think we should be clear about what was to be in that proposal. I cannot be exhaustive here, but the idea was to have at least 2 or 3 things. One was to have, in a way, a characterization of the main features of what would be a sustainable food system, which would, in a way, serve as a backbone of a political compromise. What do we collectively believe is a sustainable food system? That was the first aspect of the proposal. The second aspect of the proposal was really to bring in the idea of what consumers kind of do, has to do, or the way in which they, buy and eat things has to do with the food environment they have. And in a sense, by this, it's kind of moving away from this idea of the responsible consumer that would be nudged to change its practices. We've been trying that for the last 4 years. It hasn't worked. So, of course, we should not stop with food labeling, etc., but we should be clear about the fact that we are not going to solve everything with that. And we need to kind of take a broader approach to what frame our food behaviors. That could have been part of the proposal. And so with this idea that spelling out this idea of a food environment as something that frames behaviors, and then bringing in some proposal solutions to change that food environment through labeling, that was part of the proposal, of course, but also public procurements and food labeling and public procurements were the 2 things. But I think the main point here is that the sustainable food system legislative framework that was planned was more a kind of a messaging opportunity, a way to get people discussing about, okay, what do we believe we need as a sustainable food system for us? But we should not expect too much from that. I think the big question is, there are 3 things that I would like to pick up in what has been said by Brigitte, Pascal, and Grégory. One is that Pascal has said a lot about the instruments. What are the instruments that he believes could help us to move forward? But I don't have a strong stance on the instruments he has mentioned. The key question is, what do we want those instruments, to support? And we still have that open question. And that's why the Sustainable Food System legislative framework could have been useful, have built that compromise around what we want. I think there's another thing I would like to say. In Brigitte's slide, there was this idea in the last slide that we need livestock to recycle leftover, to manage landscapes, etc. That's absolutely true. Yet, I think we should dare to say that if this is the kind of livestock we want, then the level of production would be totally different from what we have today. Because today, the livestock we have is not that one. The dairy sector in France is consuming like 2.5 million of soybean importing each year based on silage maize, etc. It's not managing so much landscape, right? The poultry sector is importing the rest of the soybean and consuming maize that is grown sometimes in very bad pedoclimatical conditions. So yes, of course, livestock has a key role to play in the functioning of our agroecosystems. But if this is what we want the livestock to do, then it's a different type of livestock sector than the one we have today. And then comes the point, which is that we are not going to be able to maximize every dimensions of our food system. We're not going to have like millions of jobs with like very nice incomes, with food very cheap and landscapes very beautiful. That's not going to be possible. So what is the space in which we discuss about those trade-offs and how we deal with them socially, politically? We were saying with Jean-Louis Perrault just before we came here, there might be some losers. Jean-Louis was like, there will be a lot of losers. How do we address that? There will be some winners as well. So it's not about, everyone losing everything, but it's about daring to discuss that.
It's a very difficult and sensitive message to get across, that there will be some losers in this and how to decide that equitably. Brigitte, let me bring you in on this point because Pierre-Marie there, touched on a very sensitive issue of the need to reduce the number of livestock. Now, I actually was just in the Netherlands this week speaking to a livestock farmer himself, who was a very rare breed of livestock farmer because he was actually completely on board with this idea that we need to reduce the number of livestock. Even rarer category, he was a farmer that was very satisfied with his job. So it was also nice to see. But I'm curious to hear from you how to communicate the message here of this need to reduce livestock numbers, the issues of nitrates. You mentioned nitrate leakage in your opening remarks. How to bring farmers on board in that sustainable transition and shifting to this less is more mentality. I mean, how do we help farmers transition there in their thinking?
I'm sure I've not said that we need to reduce livestock numbers. I'm sure I've not said that, and that's a very important point. What we are looking at, and the research community has a big role to play here, we are looking at how to reduce the negative footprint of livestock. And indeed, as Pierre-Marie just said, there are some types of farming where you can better reduce greenhouse gas emissions, for instance. So the so-called intensive farming, pig farming, you can do a lot to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that you cannot do with grazing animals. You have other types of farming that are very good for biodiversity, for reducing pollution, for having carbon sequestration. So it's not that we have seen that there is a type of farming that must disappear. That's absolutely not the case. And there is also no say about we need to reduce livestock numbers. What we need to know, and that's why I wanted to start with figures, with facts, what we need to have is a factual basis that everybody shares, that we agree on where we are in terms of population, in terms of farmers. And again, I want to put the human being at the center of what needs to be done. So how many farms do we have? Do we have big farms? Do we have small farms? We have both, of course. How to take care of them? So that's the real challenge for policymakers to take account of that diversity. So it's not an econometric model where you plug in, you reduce by 10% livestock population, and then you have solved all your problems. So this is absolutely not the case. So what are we doing? And again, with the research community, trying to look at feed additives that are reducing methane emissions, trying to look into genetics, how can it help, boosting bioenergy, so how to produce energy, because we have also some dependencies in Europe on the energy side. So how can you reduce our dependency from third countries that maybe are not our best friends? How to make circular economy viable, not necessarily on farm, but in a village, in an area. How can we have that also with collectivities, with the village life, etc. So there are many, many things that can be done before thinking about reducing livestock numbers. So on the Commission side, we are not talking about reducing livestock numbers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very clear. Thank you for that. Gregor, I will turn to you now on the same point. It can be very difficult. Maybe I'm curious to hear your thoughts about how we can better communicate with farmers about this sustainable transition, what it is, what it's not, trying to break that down, and also maybe we can explore the framing a little bit of this farmers versus the environment, which I think we've increasingly seen with the farming protests that we've seen. Of course, when I speak to farmers, I know they understand that the first ones that are being impacted by this environment, these climate change, these problems that we're seeing. How can we maybe try and make the sustainable transition appealing for farmers, communicate with them more effectively, and also challenge this pitting of maybe farmers against the environment?
Very good questions. But first comments on what Brigitte said. All right, it's not about the cow, it's about the how. I think that was the Americans that said. So I agree fully. That's our challenge, our task. And also Pierre-Marie with the questions about are we going to eat less? Are we going to produce less? I don't know if it's possible, but I can just remember my own childhood back in the 80s in Poland, where to buy a piece of meat was a challenging task, and we used to have meat only once a week on Sundays, which was quite okay. The question is if we could go back to that. I don't know. But we know that in average we eat in Europe, I believe, 75 kilos meat per year per capita. And what dietitians say 35 could be good. If it's possible to go down, I don't know, but we could live with it, I'm sure. So maybe there is a way both in both directions. So about the how, but also the quantity and the reduction in the diets. So to eat less meat, but coming from more sustainable models. And now back to the farmers and the protests. Indeed, in Poland, we are experiencing the peak of protests these days. Yesterday, when I left Warsaw, we had another big protest in our capital city. And there is a big meeting of the Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, with the farmers on this coming Saturday, which will be decisive for what they decide to do further, the farmers. And what I completely disagree with, and I do not understand, are the messages brought by the farmers, the two main reasons of their protests, which are, number one, European Green Deal. It should be just abandoned, thrown away fully. So they do not understand what it's about. It's not only about agriculture, it's about the whole transition with the energy. And if you go into the farm-to-fork strategy and biodiversity, indeed, it should serve the future of the farmers themselves. And we can discuss and question the way and the time of implementing different things. We have discussed it and we understand in this forum. And the other one is, of course, the problem with the Ukrainian grain, as they call it, flowing into Poland and devastating the market, which again needs more analysis because, as experts have calculated, the inflow of the Ukrainian flow into Poland maybe has contributed by 1/3 to the fall of prices over two last years. The factors that have more influenced this phenomena is the general fall of prices on the markets, the global markets, and also Russia dumping grain into the world markets, even the grain stolen from Ukraine. And these things are so complex, they are not easy to understand when you just look at the surface of it. So the reasons which are articulated are not good enough, and they are wrong directly, I would say. But they are there. And they are coming and they are criticizing the European Green Deal and putting the blame on it along with the market situation. How to explain it? It will take time. In the first place, we all know psychology and how our brains work. So we need to admit to some extent that you are right, farmers. You have a problem because the real problem is the lack of profitability. That is the reason. As many people say, if we didn't have this problem with profitability, the problem of European Green Deal or Ukrainian grain wouldn't be existing. And this is a structural challenge we have. If we take Poland together with Romania as the countries in the EU with most fragmented structure of agriculture, let me give you the example of Poland with 1,300,000 farms. Average size, 11 hectares. Right or not right? Because in real life, we know there are a lot of informal lease contracts, so the farmers collect more land, but still the small ones and the owners keep the title and keep showing they are independent farmers in order to get the subsidy, in order to get some tax, what do you call it?
Rebate. A rebate.
Rebate, yes. So this is a big challenge which will take time to adopt to a more real picture. And we need to start working with it. So in the first place, communication and calming the situation, explaining and going into detail about the farm to fork strategy, biodiversity, showing the incentives. Now we have, what do we have now? Eco schemes are implemented differently from country to country across Europe, which basically are good practices. There's nothing new in these eco schemes when we look closer on them, not big challenges, but again the uncertainty about how they work and how much money I will get for these eco schemes. So this is the first year, and farmers are now waiting, okay, how is it going to work? So that, as you can see, there are a number of factors making life for the farmer uncertain, unpredictable to some extent, together with this low profitability because of the low prices. So trying to find a solution, I would look at short-term solutions, calm situation down, talk to the farmers, slowly explain what it's about when we talk about European Green Deal. And then on the long term, in a dialogue, talk these eco schemes, the incentives, how much money have you got this year, what to change in the common agriculture policy, and already now, when we talk European approach to CAP, really think about the challenges ahead and how to, in my mind, and I hear also for the farmers, to move more money from direct payments into structural development, into investments, into things and solutions which can help us adopt to these to the ambitious goals.
Well, you led me very nicely onto my next question, which was all about the cap. So, Pierre-Marie, let me turn to you now. I mean, so we heard from Gregor there that the farmers' protests, you know, it actually is about much more fundamental issues than just the environmental measures. But let's talk about the policy response to the farmers' protests at the EU level, because really it's translated into, like we spoke about already, the derogations on environmental measures. The Commission is now also, well, there's considerations of reopening the CAP as well to potentially make the GAIACs, the Good Agricultural Practices, from mandatory to voluntary. Curious to hear your thoughts on the impact of this, of reopening the CAP, concerns that you might have, and in general, your reflections about the policy response that we've seen from these protests.
Yeah, thanks. I'll get to that in a second, but I just wanted to pick also the question of like how we work on the situation with farmers and with value chain actors. I think I would fully agree with the idea that it has to be a step-by-step approach. Things will not change overnight. And, you know, bringing science into the process could be a way to, you know, start the journey. This is what we've been doing for the last, like, 18 months with the pork, the beef, and the poultry sector in France in the framework of pathways. So trying to really identify, okay, what's in it for whom? For the processors, for the farmers. We had few retailers in the conversation, and what are the technical options that we can have that are already there, that we can uptake at a larger scale, etc. How much would it cost, and how much of that cost would be passed on to the consumer, and how much would be, you know, paid by public money or by private investment, if any, or by carbon market, whatever. But I think just to say that we need to accept that given the complexity, given the number of objectives, this has to be a step-by-step process, and this has to involve the actors of the whole of the value chain, and probably we will need to do that sector by sector because all sectors are different. Brigitte said that very clearly. The pig sector is not the poultry sector, which is not the beef or the dairy sector. So there is not one size fits all, and even within the sector, of course, the Danish situation is not the French one, so probably there will be some differences there, but that's why we need some key criteria, key overarching goals that we share all of them. That is one. Two is that what we have seen in the framework of our workshop with economic actors is that market conditions are key. Of course, Gregory said farmers are, you know, sharing their concerns. They are not getting enough from what they do. But basically, in all the scenarios we've developed with the different sectors, with dairy sectors as well, what we see is that if we stay under the same market conditions, the rooms of maneuver are very limited. What we can do is basically to increase the level of efficiency. For some that will be able to do so, but most of the small farmers will leave the business. We might accept this, but it's not me to say if it's something we wish or not. It's something we need to discuss collectively. And, you know, the kind of more extensive systems that have also a role to play in the whole picture, they are quite endangered under the current market conditions. So how do we discuss about those market conditions? Is it about increasing the price for farmers? Is it about creating a different common market? I don't know. But if we don't address the question of the market conditions, I don't think there are many options left for us. This brings me to a third point, and then I'll get back to the policy questions. But I think in the slide of Brigitte, there was also one key point, which is a geopolitical dimension. You showed us very clearly that, you know, the EU has done much more than any other blocks in the world, and that in the same time, because this was one of the, you know, at the core of the EU project, we are still exchanging a lot with all those countries, with all those regions, I mean, trade-wise. And that is a huge challenge. And I think it's worth reminding everyone, I mean, you probably know here, but when the Fund Fork was published, the biggest pushback came not from within the EU, well, even though there was some pushback within the EU, but it came from, that's where? First from the US and then from most of the southern countries saying, this is not what we want. And I think maybe that was one of the things that the EC could have done better, which would have been to, you know, better promote and better explain what is there. And, I mean, in the Farm to Fork itself, the international dimension is like a one-pager out of the 30 pages. It's kind of weak, and I think we could have been like a bit more vocal on what we want for the rest of the world, what the Farm to Fork means for the rest of the world. I mean, it doesn't mean that South African countries will have to cut by 20% nitrogen use. Doesn't make sense. I mean, they are not using nitrogen at all for many countries. So I think that was not clear enough, and it basically had a negative impact on our ability to move forward and to create the conditions for the Farm to Fork to be implemented. So now in terms of the policy rollbacks, if I may, that we are seeing now, of course, to be frank, I'm a bit worried, but there I'm speaking more as a, you know, as a think tank than a pure scientist. I'm a bit worried because I think most of those good environmental conditions have their raison d'être. And maybe if I can say a few words here, the biggest raison d'être is that basically agriculture and food is all about how we manage the biomass. It's all about that. So our livestock should be based on how much biomass we can produce and how will that biomass be produced. And most of the GAEC that are now, proposed to be kind of removed are about how to better manage our landscapes to make sure on the long run we'll be able to produce biomass on diversified landscapes, etc. So it's not so much about, we are going to lose fabulous landscapes, etc., which as a personally, I might be affected by that, but it's also about, okay, but what if in the long run we are not able to produce anymore because we have destroyed our landscapes? And for me, that's the biggest question. And then in turn, tell something about, okay, how much livestock are we going to be able to rear without importing all the feed?
Yeah, and you raised an interesting point there about the geopolitical dimension of the farm to fork, and of course with the farmers, it's I feel like the core issues when I speak to the farmers at the protest, there's the inequitable pricing structures, but there's also trade as the key problem here. And Bridget, let me turn to you on this point, because increasingly, the core of these issues are kind of outside the competence of whichever DG are dealing with it. So there's DG Sante has been responsible for much of the farm to fork, DG Agri part of it. But of course, these trade dimensions are the competence of neither. And it's a very sticky and difficult situation to be in and to navigate between these, these different areas. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts perhaps on how best to tackle this from your perspective, from DG Agri, from working with the different DGs. It's a very Brussels-focused question, but the current structure of the Commission's, I'm wondering, the current structures, are they cut out for the job? There's discussions now of a European Vice President for food that perhaps could make an umbrella, bring the policies together. I'm curious to hear your thoughts from, the past few years of dealing with the different areas here and how you can align these.
It would be a better question for our president, of course, so I can only share my personal experience for working in one of the DGs that you have mentioned. I think that the European Commission is at its best for delivering, for communicating, when all various DGs that have a say on a matter work together. And we have possibilities to work together. So to go out of silos, as you may have heard of. And we do that most of the time via task forces that are having people from the various DGs working together. Probably the best frame to work together and to be conscious that we are talking about elements that are affecting citizens' life is to work in an open structure. So from my point of view, I'm not sure that we need an executive vice president for food that would have a number of DGs under his competence. We may have in the future, we may not have. I think that what you need is to have structures, whatever they are, that are conscious that working together is the thing to do. And when you have not only people, colleagues working together, but also structures that are sufficiently flexible, that are open to discuss together, then you do not necessarily need to have an organigram that exactly puts in place hierarchical structures to make sure that there is a holistic approach. I think that we've done our best to have that holistic approach. Don't forget that when it comes to the final rules, regulations, directives that are adopted, don't forget that it's not only the Commission working, it's also the Parliament and the Council. So you may have a Commission proposal that, by the way, is always the consensus of all DGs, because it goes through this well-known inter-service consultation. So once you have a Commission proposal that is, by the way, accompanied by thorough impact assessment and all documentation, you have, in principle, a document that has looked at all aspects. But then the reality is that it is tabled to the Parliament and the Council, and there. The political views on the Commission proposal are exchanged, and the final text may be rather far away from what the Commission had proposed. But I would say that one of the fascinating assets of the European Commission is that it works on a collegial basis. So whether you have an executive vice president or not for food, with the College of Commissioners, with the inter-service consultation, you have the guarantee that it's not one DG or one particular person that has got a brilliant idea and put it on the table. So this collective thinking, which is hard, so it's really hard to live that on a day-to-day basis, because you have to listen to the views of others who have another mission than yourself. The mission of DG Agri is different from the mission from DG Trade or from the mission of DG Sante. But the system obliges us to sit together and to look at all the various points of view. So I would say that already now we have in place the system that allows us to have a food view without needing necessarily the hierarchy, the organigram to mirror that.
Okay, thank you for your views on that. It's quite a hot topic at the moment. So I would now like to open the floor to questions. I understand there's a few questions, maybe some from online, but I'll go to the room, those of you here in the room first. I had a hand up here, so if you could just introduce yourself, say who your question is to, and also keep your question nice and concise, if possible. Oh, and turn on your mic. Yes,
can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for very good presentations, and I'm glad to hear that we don't need to reduce livestock production. But first of all, I would like to say that farmers and consumers are practitioners. If something is not working, they will not do that. If farmers will have tools to improve animal welfare standards and will have resources, then they will do it. If this proposition of higher animal welfare standard will just increase costs, not bring back benefits and profit, they will not do it because they have to pay the bills. The same consumers. If consumers see that have animal products on different animal welfare standards, and for higher animal welfare standards, they have just etiquette, nothing else in product, they will not buy again this product. They will not pay more for just sign on etiquette that this is high animal welfare standard. The added value produced on farm will taken to the plate of consumers, then consumers will pay for it. Of course, farmers and consumers and everybody which is care of animals and environment will say they are very interested to have higher animal welfare standard in every places because they care for animals. The same farmers and consumers. But if they have to choose to have higher animal welfare standard or put food on plate for their families, they will choose the food for the families. And one short question.
Okay, the question, yeah.
The question is, do we have definition of size of farm? Because we are saying on European Commission level of different size of farm, but we don't have the definition. Which farm is small, which farm is middle, and which farm is very big?
Yeah.
Because we have different meaning of that. Like we have very small farm. In Poland is 1 to 3 hectares. And big farm is 150 hectares.
Okay.
But on Ukraine, we have small farm, 500 hectares, and big farm, 11,000 hectares.
Okay.
And what's the size?
So the definition of a farm, or the
Yeah,
size of
thank
the
you.
farm. I'm wondering, anybody like to come in on that point, the sticky issue of definitions of farms and how we approach that at the policy level? Don't all jump at once. Jean-Marie, you...
No, very quickly on the question of the farms. I think I will not answer to the question, is there a definition of what is big, large and small, because you already said, Adam, that the situation is really different from one country to another one. And just to give you a few figures, when you look at the fixed assets of carnivorous farms across the EU, you range from 1 million euro on average for France, or 800,000 to 1 million, to over 3.5 million euros in Denmark, and the same amount, so to speak, in Netherlands for the average farm, which means that they are much bigger farm. While in Poland, it's below 500k of fixed assets. So the average farm is really different from one country to another one. We need to live with that. That's the real life in which we are when we are 27 in the European Union. So now how do we adapt the policies? I think I will not want to speak on behalf of Brigitte, but the spirit behind the new delivery model is precisely to leave more space for member states to deal with those differences. So.
Bridget, would you like to come in on this point?
I wanted to make exactly the same point, and maybe the question is, what for do we need to define a small farm, a medium farm, or a big farm? I think that your question was a different one. I think you were pointing at the potential enlargement of the Union to Ukraine, and the fact that having Ukraine as an additional member state, maybe in 10 years, 20 years, I don't know how many years, you will have a very different agriculture compared to the 27 member states' agriculture. So the dimension is much different. That's the last example that you gave. And indeed, depending on whether, for instance, you design a support scheme for small farms, of course, if you design that, you need to establish what is a small farm for that particular support scheme.
Yeah, definitions are always a tricky issue. I mean, even the definition of what is an active farm or what is not, I remember in the CAP reform was a big issue. But I mean, now with the simplification plan from the Commission, there was specifically, plans for an exemption of small farmers from on-farm checks, for example. So actually, it sounds like a technical point, but the definition is a really core element here. So I just would like to bring you here on this as well, Gregor. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. The question about the active farmer would be more important, I think. The size can be very subjective. Even taking our example in Good Valley, I mentioned we have 13,000 hectares of land and 25 pig farms, but they are spread around in a big area of Pomerania. The largest distance would be 250 kilometers between the farms. So they operate as single units somehow. So these would be farms to us in our operation. But active farmer, so the farmer who contributes to the market with the produce, instead of just keeping his theoretical status as farmer in order to either get subsidies or the other benefits which I mentioned before. And that is a challenge because in different member states, I believe we have different definitions. In Poland, it's very general. So an active farmer is a factor who received any subsidy from the EU last year. So that would be the task.
Yeah, it was always incredible to me that we couldn't agree on the definition of an active farmer. Remember that very clearly. I see a hand here. Yes, if you could introduce yourself, say who your question is directed to, and try to keep it nice and concise. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Marie Cloteau, and I'm working for the French region's Grand Est. And Pierre-Marie, you referred to the proposal on the Commission's proposal, which was at the moment discussed on sustainable food system, which could have a great impact, especially for public authorities, because it was supposed to discuss about public procurement. And as you know, it has a great impact on food system. So I was wondering, because that proposal is not anymore on the table or is not planned anymore, so I was wondering where we are with that proposal. Can we expect it soon or not? Because the public authorities are really expecting it. Thank you.
Is your question to Bridget? To Bridget.
Thank you. So indeed, that proposal does not exist for the moment, but we are working on it. The works continue for a number of initiatives announced under the Farm to Fork strategy or the Green Deal in general. As announced by Commission President von der Leyen, we are making a pause, and this does not mean making a U-turn or forgetting or whatever, making a pause to have the time to dialogue. So it's the moment we are in now. You would like to know, is it for soon? Is it for far away in the future? It is certainly not for this month and not for next month. Probably if you put your time horizon at the end of the year or beginning of next year, this makes more sense. So there are more chances that those proposals are tabled after the European elections, after the new parliament is in place, after the new commission is in place. But this time for dialogue is a very important one, and we should not rush into finalizing whatever the current Commission might want to finalize. I think it's a very courageous move from the Commission side to have said, okay, the Commission could have decided, okay, we are coming to the end of our mandate, let's rush into all our initiatives. No. This very courageous move was, okay, let's take the time to talk, to review everything that we've done, because a lot has been done. So it's like building a house. So let's look at the foundations. Let's look into making them work. Let's make sure that they are leak-proof, etc., that everything is in place, that electricity can flow from one part of the house to the other. And take the time to think how you continue to put the roof, how you have the furniture in the various rooms. So this time is a very precious moment, and listening to the various stakeholders, including society as a whole, is the time we are in now, and that's for sure to the benefit of the future sustainable food system framework that will come later on.
Thank you for that. I like the house analogy. Perhaps we're closer to building the foundations than decorating. But okay, thank you. I would take a question from up here. Yes.
Hi, so I'm Xavier Bourgeois and I am farmer in Belgium. I will repeat some opinion, but yes, farmers were not against the Green Deal and well-being for animals. And I am really happy on such conference you organize some pitch of new good practice and to show good example. For me, it's really good than when you could show here in Brussels some good example like this. But I will speak also a little bit about the well-being of the farmer and the welfare of the farmer, because what do you think about the chicken meat market or the chicken eggs? That now everybody now or should now here will import more than in the past and more than before the last rules. And to take a good example of bad welfare, I would say, last week we were here on the street under the heavy rain in Brussels, and what we read on the smartphone, then European Commission signed new agreement with Chile and Kenya to import more products with no rules. And what do you think about that?
Okay, so again, on the trade question, I don't necessarily want to go to Bridget again, right? But does anybody else want to jump on this point? Gregor, Pierre-Marie.
Yeah, I can say a few words here. No answer. Only things probably you already know. But I mean, when DigiTrade makes a trade deal, they have like multiple sectors to take into. I'm not legitimizing. I totally agree with you. Just to say that there are reasons for DigiTrade to make such a deal. I think from a farmer perspective and from a food system perspective, there are a number of reasons why we should not have done that deal. But apparently it's not enough because there are other interests at play. And again, I think it goes beyond the food system. It's a political question.
Bridget, I'll turn to you on this point on the trade element, how to bring the farming voice into that more.
Thank you. So this is a very legitimate question and complaint, I could say. What we are doing now, and I'm sure you are aware of it, is that in each upcoming free trade agreement, we are negotiating a sustainability chapter. So it will not come from one day to the other, but it's part of this communication reach out that has been addressed before. So those says that the Commission has not done enough to bring the rest of the planet on the same path. So that's the ambition. It's a very high ambition, but the idea is that we show the good example, and we try to convince those farmers show the good example, and we try to convince trade partners around the globe to go on the same pathway. Let's come back to the theme of today's conference. So more and more in the upcoming free trade agreements, you will have the chapter on sustainability to make sure that third country partners also make the same commitments. You have in some agreements a definition of the concession that is given on livestock products in particular that says that it must come from, let's take chicken because you were talking about that. So it must come from batteries that are no longer the old batteries, but coming from the same animal welfare conditions as in the EU. We have that with Ukraine, for instance. Of course, now the war has put that all on hold, but from 2026, in principle, anything that comes from Ukraine should follow the same animal welfare conditions as those that we have in the Union. And MEP Canfin was talking about mirror clauses. So we have two ways of trying to have the world coming on the same path as ours. We have mirror clauses. Those are very, very hard to put in place. But we have also free trade agreements. So we know, of course, how farmers feel about free trade agreements. But they are a way, first of all, to have allies in geopolitical terms. And they are also a way to make the Green Deal a worldwide example. And it's a long path, so it does not apply to free trade agreements that were concluded in the past, of course.
Okay, hope that answers your question. We had a question over here. I'll come here and then I'll come there. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for really interesting presentations. My name is Birte Steenberg and I'm the Secretary General of the European Poultry Meat Association. So I want to thank our Belgian friend over there. Thanks a lot. That's a really good question and we work with that all day long. Anyway, what I'm going to ask you is a total different field. It's about the lack of knowledge on how we produce our food. Because it was a very interesting presentation that came up very first with the results of the Eurobarometer on animal welfare. One of the key figures that weren't there was that only 6% of the people that were asked in the surveys had any contact with farm animals. 6%. So people do simply not know what is going on at the farms. People do not know how their food is produced. I saw a YouTube video with a young man. He was demonstrating for climate, I'll do it shortly, climate change, and he said we should ban all farming. That's what creates the climate change. Nobody asked him how he was going to get anything to eat. So what I am asking you now, and it's for the whole panel, how are we going to inform our fellow citizens on how our food is produced? How can we reconnect people to how their food is produced? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Gregor, perhaps I come to you first. You've been quieter for a while. Thoughts about reconnecting citizens with their food?
Very good question. And believe me, we encounter it very often, even out in the rural area we operate. People have got detached from agriculture. And when we talk especially the younger generations, the children, they really they do not have interest, do not have access to this knowledge. So I think the task should be defined on at least several levels, but both educational programs at schools. That's what it should start, but not only theory, but practical visits to the farms, which are practiced somewhere, but not enough. But that works very, very well. And even when we discussed going back to the size of farm with our and the local neighbors, where we wanted to reestablish or maybe build a new farm for, let's say, 10,000 pigs, that would create a reaction. What kind of industrial farm are you going to build here? Well, have a look at these existing ones. Please please visit this farm, see the animals, ask people living around it. And then attitude changed very often. The same would apply for children and young generation, or whoever needs this knowledge, I strongly believe. So this is the educational level of the schools, and then the overall educational and communication systems which are necessary on all possible levels. That's the only way to cope with it, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious of the clock ticking, so unless anyone's on the edge of their seat, no, we're okay. I had a question up here. Yes, I'll take a few more questions. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Justin Zara from Environmental Defence Fund Europe. We're a climate NGO that helps farmers to do climate-smart agriculture. And my question is for Brigitte and Pierre-Marie, because, Gregor, I could not agree more with all of the points you made, that it is about income support, really, that is driving the problems. But my question is, we do know what the solution sets are, basically, for farming. And Brigitte, you mentioned them. Feed additives, enteric fermentation, manure management. But I zoom in on the slide that you had that showed how the EU has done more than anyone else in the past 3 decades. And I guess my question is, when I look at that and I zoom in on methane, which is one of the very big problems from agriculture, but also one of the opportunities, we know that what really drove that down was actually the milk quota regime, which decreased the cow herd, but also brought in a system of common management, which really had our milk farmers, I think, working in a quite stable condition, save maybe for 2008 and 9. But my question is, can we actually really solve these problems and get to a place where there is broad sustainability and good livelihoods without bringing back the big C in the CAP, the common element? Because when I look at the CAP strategic plans, for instance, I see that in the terms of methane, the result indicator 13, which tackles greenhouse gas emissions and bringing those down from livestock, it's less than half of the member states which has planned those.
Okay.
So if I'm a dairy farmer in one of the others and I would like to try out these solutions, I don't even have support for that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
I would really like your views on this.
Question on the common element of the CAP and maybe the move to renationalisation. Who's jumping first? Bridget, let's come to you first and then maybe bring you in here.
Yes, the C in the CAP is the most important and it is of paramount importance for the European Commission. How do we make sure that we still have a common policy for farming? The first thing is that those CAP strategic plans have to be approved by the Commission. So each member state comes to Brussels, to call it like that, with its CAP plans and has to discuss about the content of the CAP plan. So there is, at that stage, a look for commonalities and for making sure that collectively what member states have designed and that takes account of their situation on the spot will meet the objectives. So adoption by the Commission. Setting objectives, so the objectives are common at EU level, and the role of the Commission is to make sure that what each member state is preparing will collectively, again, meet the overall objective. And then you have those indicators that you were rightly pointing at that allow to trace progress year after year or every second year, and the possibility for member states to amend their CAP plans if they have to redirect the the eco schemes that they have put in place, the agri-environmental measures that they have under the so-called second pillar, or any aspect of their CAP plan. So the commonality is in objectives, in the process, and in the follow-up, in the monitoring of what member states are doing.
Thank you very much, Pierre-Marie. Striking the balance between the common element and the flexibility we've seen in this CAP reform.
Yeah, no, very tricky question and central, crucial question. I think it brings us to two questions. One is that of, what are rules that apply in the different member states and what are the opportunities or measures that farmers can benefit from for the transition, which is more or less what Brigitte is answering on. But the other aspect is also the fact that we are on a common market and the fact that, back to what I said at the very beginning, the CAP is an instrument, but what is the vision that instrument, looks to serve or is to implement? And I think here, when we were discussing with French dairy farmers, for example, they were telling us, okay, your analysis of the possibility to transition towards, more grass-fed systems, etc., is really nice, with producing more cheese, less powder milk, etc. Well, our industrial system is not, for the moment, fit for purpose, but let's think about that. But then our biggest problem would be that the Dutch and the Danes would continue to produce milk at a much lower price than us, because they are gearing towards a totally different approach, which is much more like, feed conversion efficiency focused with like huge stables, etc. And what do we do with the internal market? We thought it was a captive market, and it's not anymore a captive market. We are more and more products coming from the external, from the common market coming in France. So I think the common is also about, okay, do we accept that the different countries are gearing towards different kind of livestock sectors? And what are the consequences of that? And I don't have an answer, but I think now we are not necessarily addressing the right question around that, and we should go a step further.
Thank you for that. I'm aware the clock is ticking. I don't want to keep anyone from coffee and tea, and obviously refreshments are the most important part of an agri-food event. But do we have maybe one more question? There were hands. I did see some hands. There's a hand here. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Last question. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Thanks for taking this last question. I will try to make it quick. My name is Ocean. I'm a researcher at UC Louvain here in Belgium. This is two questions addressed to Brigitte. You talked first about food security from an animal perspective, which I found interesting because taking pork as an example, we're the second world's biggest producer of pork and the biggest exporter in the world. So we are actually largely self-sufficient in most animal products, including pork. I was just wondering, what do you mean with food security from the livestock or animal perspective? And secondly, you talked about the livestock numbers and saying reducing livestock numbers is a no-go. So I was just, reflecting on what you said about water and air and soil pollution. Taking the nitrates directive, you said efficiency could be the solution. However, we're seeing it's not working. For example, taking the Netherlands, I think they have very good technologies, and yet they're way above the threshold. So, what would be your perspective on the efficiency improvements, because it's not working, it's not enough? Thanks.
Excellent last questions, very good. So it allows me to clarify maybe what could be misunderstood. So food security, I have not put that word, by the way, but okay, let's talk about food security from an animal product point of view. What I've said is that currently the EU diet is served at 50% by animal products. So our protein intake depends on animal products. And I could add that there are some micronutrients that are only sourced with animal products, and some that are not, where you do not have alternatives that would allow humans to get those micronutrients. Yes, we are more than self-sufficient in most of the animal production sectors in the EU. If you have a talk at the FAO, for instance, then you realize that there is a part of the world that does not want Europe to reduce production, because there are some countries that would find themselves in food security hardship if Europe was no longer producing. So let's not forget about the world dimension of what we are doing in Europe. And then reducing livestock number is a no-go. I've not said that. What I've said is that I have not said that we have a policy to reduce livestock. I've not said that reducing livestock is a no-go. What I mean is that on the spot, farmers are the best place to see what makes sense in their environment. And farmers in the Netherlands are very conscious of what is possible in their area of production. So the solutions must be refined based on conditions that are very different, not only from one member state to the other, but from one area to the other. So the solutions are not putting in an econometric model livestock reduction by 10%. That's my message. It's not my message that nobody has to reduce livestock. We need to know, to see what's the basis on which we are working, and those who know their business will know how to make sure that they become sustainable in the future. And it might be that in some areas where you have particular hotspots with an impact on pollution, air, water, soil pollution, it might be that the solution will be that it's not in that area that livestock farming would continue. But there is no policy from the Commission to say livestock numbers must reduce.
Okay, so you're not against reduction. Excellent, thank you. That was a great question to finish on. Thank you very much. I have to bring this panel to a close now. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to you in the audience as well. I'd like to invite you all now for a tea and a coffee. We have a short break. I pass the floor back to you. Okay, I pass the floor back to Stuart. It's been a pleasure to moderate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you to the panelists. We are going towards our short coffee break. We're a bit over time, so I'm going to be the bell goat herder here. And I'd like to thank our colleague Catherine for bringing this bell. When we come back, we'll have the pitches. It's going to go fast. It's going to be fun. Out in the foyer, there's the media farm, okay, where the plants are. For those of you who wanted to give a statement and have it be recorded, find our guys at the media farm, okay? We'll be back at 12:10. See you then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to our special pitching session for the practice hubs. I'm going to explain briefly what the practice hubs are, for those of you who do not know. The practice hubs play a crucial role in the Pathways projects. These hubs facilitate dialogues with farmers across Europe, fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange. Now, each hub will present in a pitching fashion, and nobody's perfect, so we're going to encourage our brave partners throughout this process. They have had mixed messaging around the duration of their pitch. So I'm going to use my timer here, and when it's 2.5 minutes, I'm going to ring this lovely goat bell that was given or lent to us for the day by Catherine. So Catherine is going first on account of having the goat bell. After 2.5 minutes, the respective pitcher has 20-30 seconds. At 3 minutes, there will be a hard cut. Okay, so no pressure. Do what you need to do. Okay, is this the first one, Catherine? Does this look familiar?
Well, I guess so, yes.
Okay. So we're going to go in order, and the first one is with Catherine Pfeiffer, 100% pasture-fed cow-calf dairy systems. After each pitch, there is no winner or loser. There are no strikes or home runs or whatever. Everyone's in this together. So after every pitch, please, a big round of applause. Okay? Off we go. Catherine.
Well, first the technology, right? This is it. So you ready?
Hold on.
So I'm not allowed to start because it's still...
Ready, go.
Go. So thanks. I'm going to present to you the 100% pasture-fed dairy, cow-calf dairy system. It's brought to you by those farmers called the Heu-Milchbauern. They're in the south of Germany, and the hub is co-led by Demeter and Fibel. Well, what makes them so special? They are producing in a different way. They produce their dairy milk mainly based on grass, or as much as possible grass, and they keep their calves with the mothers. So here they are 40, and what brings them together is that they market their milk together and get a premium price. They are Demeter farms, so they see their farm as a kind of an organism that interacts with nature. And this is what pulls them together, and they feel obliged to offer a very good life to their animals. And a very good life to the animals means we feed them with the feed that they're made for, which is grass, and you should keep the calves with their mothers. Well, they give this really good life to the animals on the whole life until the last day. And the last day is a very terrible day because these animals are pulled together, they're in an unsafe environment, and it's extremely stressful for the animals to go into this transport to slaughterhouse, and it's very stressful for humans too. So they feel that this is wrong. They spend so much time giving them a good life, and the last day is so bad. So what's their solution? Their solution is having on-farm slaughter. So I took such a mobile slaughterhouse picture, you can see that. This is possible because there has been a change in regulation in 2021, but it is very challenging because you need to reach slaughterhouse within 2 hours. It is very expensive, you don't know where to sell. So that's what the hub is going to do, is they have some farmers doing on-farm slaughter already, so they will work with those to understand what the cost is, but they're also going to develop the whole network so that each and every farmer...
30 seconds.
Well, very good. Each and every farmer will have that option, and they will try to market that meat together, talking also to some of the bigger retailers to sell the meat, and we hope that that will help them, not just them, but also the whole sector to go for on-farm slaughter. Thanks.
Well done, Catherine, under time, perfect. Next up, Amandine Menet. Où est Amandine? La voilà. Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
So I'm going to talk about our group with the dairy farmers and mostly grassland systems, and for carbon sequestration, but also other environmental impact. So we gather 13 dairy farmers in Western France. They have various practices, hay milk, crossbred cows, but majoritarily they are all grass systems. And they work on this. And they're interested by carbon sequestration, the management of grassland, and only grass feed. And so they have lots of interesting practices. And the challenges is the overall grassland area is decreasing in Western France, replaced by maize, silage, and crops. But carbon sequestration is highest in grassland, particularly permanent grassland. So it's something we have to work on it. And the objective of the Practice Hub of the Living Lab is to convince future farmers and local policy actors that it is interesting to maintain those systems and help those to develop. It is a way to reduce the impact of agriculture on the environment and also increase farmers' incomes and quality of life. We want to have a good impact on environment, but also have viable systems for farmers in economic way. So the major aim of the hub is to communicate on this. So we will collect environmental data and also economical data in the systems. We will compare them to our national database, and with this we will organize communication events, open forums dedicated to students, but also dedicated to local policymakers to exchange about this and about the benefits of those grassland systems. Sorry.
Good job, Amandine. Well done, Amandine. Well beneath time there. Okay, next up is number 3, Mignon Sandor.
Okay, thank you. And yes, so I would like to present our hub, which is dealing with dairy with agroforestry system or in agroforestry system. So we bring together in our hub small dairy farmers which are active in a mountain and hilly area, and they actually manage complex landscape which combine grasslands, orchards, pasture, and maybe arable lands in some cases. They are facing some challenges which are related mainly with low profitability of this farms, but also limited knowledge, I would say, about the valorization of natural resources which are present in the area. So, together with my colleagues and with the farmers which are part of this hub, we try to focus on some innovative actions and to discuss some solution which are related mainly with the quality of the products, because we consider that the products which are coming from these farms are having high quality. There are also some aspects which are related with market organization and cooperation. It is difficult to manage some problem in the area, but if they work together, solution could appear. but also we are talking about the diversification of their activity, which can bring some efficiency in this kind of production. So what we want to do, and what we already did, is to highlight the importance of collaboration. And we will try to develop a living lab which is trying to... 30 seconds. Thanks. Trying to connect the quality of the forage, the high diversity of the grassland, with the quality of the products, which is milk in this case. And of course, this will be done in a special kind of cultural and social environment, because these farms are part of this special kind of environment. So that's what I want to say, and thank you.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay, well done, Mignon, and on to Anna Hessel.
Thank you. And I will talk about practice hub number 4, which is the fourth and last dairy hub. And this hub is from Sweden, and it's called More from Less Dairy Systems Utilizing On-Farm Advice and Carbon Footprinting Tool. And the two partners are SLU, Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and the farmers are from Arla Foods. They are delivered their milk to Arla. And the farms are, this is not, yes, it's working. These farms are located in the western coast of Sweden, and they are having large herds, effective production, and I would call them early adopters, which means that when there comes up new techniques or other innovations, they are early on trying them. And the Living Lab they have decided on working upon is in the area of marketing, and their system type is intensive mainstream production. And their interest is about what we have been talking on this morning, with a better connection between the consumption and the production. So if we want to produce sustainable foods, then we need to have consumers that want to buy that food. And it was also in future, so they want to focus on the next generation of consumers, which are the children. And they think that there are opinions on what sustainable livestock production is about and what it's not about, so they want to give facts on that, especially concerning environmental sustainability and animal welfare. So what they see as a challenge and the background for the Living Lab is the general public's preconceived view on environmental sustainability and welfare in livestock production of today. And then I misunderstood the question. It was talked about bureaucracy, and I thought it was within the project, but that was faulty, so I skipped that comment. The uniqueness of the Living Lab, they wanted to, at first they talked about measuring stuff on their own farms, but there was no benchmarking data to use, so we agreed on producing some kind of written material which can be used for children, especially at public events on their farms. So we have been working on that for some time, and
last words.
Yes, this is the last slide. No, this is not mine. Okay, we are working on this. I think there is a slide missing.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Sorry for throwing you off at the end, but the show must go on. This is a video recording from one of the practice hubs that could not make it here today, so if our colleagues in the back could, or maybe I can do it. Here it comes. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, so here is a presentation of the practice hub number 5. It involves innovation from a cooperative called Coperl, which is located in Brittany in France, and it concerns the management of pig slurry with frequent removal from building with separation of liquid and solid phases, and the use of the solid phase in a collective biogas unit with transformation of the digestate in commercialized fertilizers. The main innovation of these practices are the presence of a circular economy, a reduction of ammonia and greenhouse gases emission, the production of renewable energy and fertilizers, no use of antibiotic and the presence of uncastrated males in the farms, and low protein feeding strategy. The main challenges in the Pathway project are 2. The first one is to find an alternative solution to the V-scrapper for the frequent removal, to use more manures in biogas process with the advantages associated, and also to assess in a quantitative way the interest of the current circular economy of copper. The uniqueness of this practice hub is the implementation of a large-scale circular economy, the use of new technologies in farms and in the industrial process with the V-scrapper, the biogas unit, the presence of centrifugation, osmosis and ultrafiltration, the recycling of nitrogen, water, steam and CO2, and the connection of pig production to other activities like renewable energy production and fertilizers production. For now, about 100 farms are sending their solid manure to the collective biogas unit. The result are reduction of 10% of greenhouse gases emission per pig and the production per pig of 74 kilograms of renewable energy. For the future, we plan to assess the environmental, social and economic interest of the innovation by life cycle assessment in the Pathway project, and we also plan to test of an individual solution to increase greenhouse gases emission. Thanks to the use of a robot under the fully slated floor, this robot will remove the manure from the building, and for the external part, the use of a cover for a passive anaerobic digestion. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so now this one is, her name is Sarah Lena Agard-Child, and she's calling in online.
Hey.
Hello, Sarah Lena. The same rules apply to you. 2.5 minutes, bell, 30 seconds, off. Okay? You ready to go?
Yes.
Am I controlling the slides or are you?
I think you are.
Okay. So if the technical guys could put, thank you very much. Here we go. Ready?
Yes.
Hold on, I gotta get my timer.
So you can jump directly to the next slide.
Okay, ready, go.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to tell you about Practice Hub 6, which is concerns Danish organic pig production. And it's a rather small hub. We have 1 member who is from an NGO and 3 organic pig farmers. And the farmers represent both the younger and the older generation of farmers. And you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So their interests concern animal welfare and getting the pigs more out on pasture. Currently in Denmark, we have the sows on pasture, but most of the growing pigs and slaughter pigs are kept in barns. They also would like to stop castration and get more trees included in the pig paddocks. And next slide, please. So Danish organic pig production, of course, faces several challenges. One of the major ones is the environmental impact of the production. And this is because currently pigs, they are oversupplied with protein in the diet because artificial amino acids are banned in organic production. and this results in a large nutrient leaching into the soil. And you can see here is a group of pregnant sows on pasture, and of course you have nutrient leaching from a field like this. Next slide, please. Yeah. So some recent studies, they show that organic pregnant sows, they're able to consume large amounts of grass and can actually cover a good part of their protein requirement by consuming grass, depending, of course, on the grass quality. But despite of this knowledge, the organic pig producers, they are reluctant to include grass consumption in the feed plan because so little is known about the grass quality, and this varies across the year with respect to, for instance, feeding value and protein. But actually, we know that a tool can be developed because cattle producers have access to a tool that they can use to optimize grazing management. And this tool can predict the quality of the grass. So what we want to do in the Living Lab is to develop a similar tool, but adjusted for pigs. And we cannot use the cattle tool because pigs, they're housed on different soil types, different grass mixes.
Did you hear
and
that?
The feeding value differs. Yes. Last slide, next slide. Yes. So now in the future, the aim is to be able to include grass as part of the feeding plan for pigs, and this will benefit farm economy, lower the environmental impact of the production, and thereby improve the sustainability. And that was it. Thank you.
Right on time, 3 minutes on the dot. 3 minutes,
Perfect.
wow. I'm impressed, Sarah Lena. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching online if you can. Next up is my friend and partner, Mr. Koen van Wegenburg. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. So I will tell you a little bit about my practice hub. It's a pig practice hub in the Netherlands, and it's called krulvarken, which means krill pig. It's a conventional type of production, but with an innovative flooring and a biodiversity focus. It consists of about 15 farms, breeding, piglet producing, and fattening. So what makes this so special? What you can see, it's an innovative housing system. So they only have a solid floor with a thick layer of bedding material where the pigs can root in. So it's very good for animal welfare. They have larger groups than legally obliged, and also a lot more space per pig. So there's a lot more social contact between pigs. So also good for animal welfare. And they have a natural light, so a lot of windows in the houses. They have a short supply chain. They sell through butchers, so they can make a little bit extra money with that, but not all the pigs they can sell. For example, they also don't do castration of male pigs, so it's rather difficult to sell those due to boar-taint problems. And they have an extra attention to biodiversity. So the solid manure that they produce is a lot better for soil quality and soil life if you apply it. And they have flower meadows, flowers in field borders, etc. On their farm. The challenges, probably not unfamiliar here, how to make money with this concept, because it's more expensive. So, and they have two major things. One is the pigs themselves, but also the manure, because now they sell that as normal slurry, but it's a lot better quality. So they have those two major challenges, next to a lot of other challenges, but these are the major ones. So what is unique? Well, krulvarken is unique, as I explained, because it's a lot more sustainable in the Dutch context, of course. We don't have that much land, so we cannot do all the pigs outside. It requires all those measures, but that results in a higher cost price. So for long-term viability of such concept, how can we make these extra costs? Where do we get this? How can we define a market? Where can we find this market? So this is also the aim of our Living Lab, is to develop this market using the unique selling points that this system has. Can we go then to butchers that we already have, but can we also learn from that and find new butchers and other markets? And we just sent in this application, so hopefully it is approved and we can start when it's approved. Thanks.
Finito.
Finito.
Well done, Kuhn. Well done, Mr. Kuhn. Another online colleague signing in right now, hopefully. Lizzie Rowe. Hello, Miss Lizzie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Are you ready?
I can't stand that my face is so big on this massive screen. I'm so sorry, everyone. What a nightmare.
You look fine. You look great. Here come the slides. Don't worry.
I'm ready. Thank you.
There they are. Okay, you ready to go? Go.
Okay, yes. So I'm presenting to you Practice Hub number 9, which is our UK-based practice hub. So the farmers are based in the south of England and Wales, and they're all practicing 100% pasture-fed beef systems, utilising holistic planned grazing management. We have 15 farmers in the practice hub, a third of them are female, and they come with a huge range of backgrounds. So next slide to the innovation, please. So this practice hub is innovative. It's the OECD area of innovation is production techniques. It's a niche system, and the innovation that they're based around is having beef from cattle, producing beef from cattle fed only on fresh or conserved pasture. And we use the word pasture rather than grass because these pastures are more species rich than just grass. And they, many of them are using holistic planned grazing, which is better for the land, for the animals, and for the farmers. So next slide, on to challenges, please. So I think the main challenges faced by this practice hub are the dwindling number of small abattoirs in the UK that can accommodate them with their small number of beef cattle that they are slaughtering every year, competing with cheaply produced food that doesn't account for the true cost of the production of that food in terms of environmental impact. And then also crucially, consumer education on the benefits of 100% pasture-fed beef production, and especially discriminating with grass-fed beef, which is something that's very different and that is sometimes used in marketing for conventionally produced beef. Okay, so the uniqueness slide, please. This practice hub is, they're all members of a unique organisation called Pasture for Life, which is a diverse movement from farmers to academics, all working together to champion a better way of farming for regenerating life. Also, the farmers bring a huge range of backgrounds with them. A lot of them are first generation farmers, so they have had previous careers, which helps them to bring novel thinking and innovation into their approaches. And also that we have a lot of female farmers. So the majority of farmers in the UK are male. So the fact that we've got a third female farmers in our practice hub is really great and unique. Last slide, please. So what we're working on now and into the future is our living lab, which has been approved. This is looking at the nutrient density of 100% pasture-fed beef compared to conventional beef. So the aim is to test for empirical evidence of improved nutritional density of 100% pasture-fed beef compared to conventional beef. And the rationale for this is to look for evidence for the improved nutritional quality, which could encourage more consumers to eat 100% pasture-fed beef and more producers to produce it, and to focus on food in terms of yields, in terms of nutrient density rather than mass or calories produced. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Well done, Lizzie. 2 minutes and 59 seconds and 87 decimal points. Wow. Right, that's well planned. Okay, next up, Anna Jameson. Here you go. Over to you.
So this is, hi, I'm Anna Jameson. I am I run an NGO called the Swedish Pasture Beef and Lamb Association, and we are the industry partner, and I am also facilitating this hub. So this slide shows Sweden, and this shows who we are and what we are, because Sweden is 70% forest. It's 8% arable crops, about 20% lakes, and in between the forest, the arable, and the water, and the long sea coast is the semi-natural pastures. And on those semi-natural pastures, we produce, these pastures are actually produced or made by humans and cattle together. And this is why we need cattle or sheep to maintain these things. So we actually produce not only top quality beef, but also biodiversity, which is pretty unique. And the message we are sending out is, it's not the cow, it's the how, as somebody said already this morning. There's nothing wrong with cattle, it's the way we use them in some countries that's the problem. So, what is unique with us? Well, we are actually here to tell a success story. We are here to share the fact that you can create a label that makes a change in the production model. After 25 years of working with this, actually, it's true, we have now a third-party certification system. We have the second largest supermarket selling it since 4 years back. It's a roaring success, and it's creating a really high demand and pressure to find more farmers who will farm in this way. What did it take to succeed? Because I'm sure many of you would like to do the same. Well, credibility, which we found on our third-party certification scheme, endurance, time and timing, had to be the right timing, and also sustainable economy for everybody. And we found this by, I learned a new word, de-risking something. The supermarket chain was willing to take the risk and carry the cost for a number of years before this turned profitable for them. That was important. And yes, there's been Project Oil money going into this in the shape of me mainly, helping everywhere and doing what I can. Challenges is actually one of the things we're trying to fix. Extreme weather conditions. Tough economy, because food and grazing is difficult when it's dry or flooded. We have tough economy for both farmers and the consumers, and because this is a high-range product, if money is short, it might be difficult to sell it. But we do have an increased interest, which is really fantastic. So this brings us to our living lab, which is to extend the grazing period, and in Swedish conditions, that's not easy. So this is what we will be working on. Thank you.
That's it? Okay, I thought you were just getting started there, Anna. So. I was. Okay. Mr. Piotr Jurga, your turn.
Start? Yeah. Okay, hello, nice to meet you. It's great to be here with you. So I would like to introduce the practice hub number 12, which is the agri-tech poultry innovation for improved food safety and quality. Today with me it's Robert, also who will facilitate the hub. And what I would like to say to you that based on the willingness of the cooperation, the innovativeness of the production, and also the business model type, we chose 12 farms from a wide range of the poultry producers in Poland. As you know, Poland is the biggest producer of poultry in Europe. And also we propose some innovation which belongs to the area of the ICT technologies and also big data. So we would like to introduce the traceability tool to meet the compliance requirements demanded by the market, also to increase the trust of the consumers, also to improve the food safety and quality, to authenticate somehow the sustainability and the animal welfare of the production of poultry in Poland, and also finally to optimize the distribution. Our main focus groups are the poultry producers, food distributors, consumers, of course, which was said that is very important in the morning, and the administration who can also help us to put our innovation in a grid, in a national system. So our innovation can help to face the challenges like food and nutrition security, also advise how to reduce the greenhouse emission and resources used in the production in the poultry farm, but also in the whole value chain. Of course, needs of the cooperation, as you see on the slide, is double, so it's very important. Also, how to label the products. As you know, we face some difficulties with the products who comes, for example, from the import, and also the increased level of the education and transfer knowledge, which is very important. Why our hub is unique? Because it can help the farmers and also whole value chain. and it has never been applied in the poultry sector in Central Europe and Eastern countries, and also in the whole value chain. But even if there are some solutions similar in the Western Europe, it still can be a very good base for a comparison, for the exchange of the knowledge. As you see on the slide, we have a very good plan. I will not read what are the steps of the plan, but you can trust us that this innovation can help the poultry sector and also the related activities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Piotr, right on time. Vincent Blazy, your turn to shine.
Okay. Hi, everyone. In order to introduce the 13 practice hubs, just to remember, this is a practice hub located in France, in high animal density territory, and it's really 300 farmers who are actually engaged in these practice hubs. So a few decades ago, they choose to, in order to manage nitrogen flow, they choose to collect all the manure in the area and to transform it in compost in order to export it and all the nitrogen flow. This is a way for them to maintain their activity in this territory. So in these practice hubs, the farmers organize themselves years after years in order to select the better litter in order to have the best compost at the end. And during this process, they shown many aspects, especially due to the selection of the litter co-benefits, including on welfare animal, and they want to assess also the impact of the composting process of soils. So during the Living Lab, we choose to have a, the farmers choose to face up to the litter choice, and when you select a litter, you have several issues to face up, like the welfare, the environmental, the economic, and the sanitary aspects. They would like to try a new kind of litter, which is a mix of dolomite, a natural mineral rich in magnesium and calcium, with wood shavings. And this kind of litter is already used in ruminant production, and they have excellent feedback, and they want to adopt it in poultry production. Currently, we are engaged in this way, and we would like to find a farmer where we can have multi-criteria analysis of this new litter. And in the spirit of the practice hubs, they say this is a service designed by farmers for farmers in an integrated solutions. If the litter is a success, they would like to promote it to all the 300 farmers engaged in the practice hubs. That's all.
Well done, very succinct. Now, closed-looped egg production with Noah van Luyven. Ta-da!
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Noah van Luyven, and I'm from Practice Hub 14. I'm from Erasmus University of Applied Sciences, and we are located in the Netherlands, and we have a practice hub with innovative poultry farmers. We want to tackle two problems, and the first problem is about food waste. It's a very detailed graph, but the only thing you need to know is that there is a lot of food waste which is coming from primary production, processing, manufacturing, households and retail. And when looking at the Netherlands, the primary source of food waste is the first one, which was the primary production, food processing and manufacturing. The second problem that we want to tackle is with regard to animal welfare. NGOs and general public demand good animal welfare in which poultry can show their natural behaviors, for example, foraging behavior. And we want to combine these two problems in our solution. So we would like to use the food waste, which could be trimmings of, for example, carrots, but also carrots that aren't suitable for human consumption. And we want to give these food waste to the poultry. And the poultry can use this food waste as environmental enrichment to show their natural behavior. We want to do this by forming local communities between arable farmers and poultry farmers. So we want to bring them together. And as you can see, the poultry really like these vegetables. So what do we want to do? What do the farmers need? Well, they need an overview. For example, apples are harvested in autumn and tomatoes are harvested in spring. Carrots are harvested in summer. So they really need to know when they need to contact what farmer so they can strategically connect to these farmers. For example, poultry farmer Dubois, the green one, has to contact farmer Jackson in February, but he needs to contact farmer Paulos in May, as you can see in this scheme. So we really would like to create this overview. The uniqueness of this project is that it is not unique at all. It is requested locally by the members of our practice hub, but it's really adjustable to, for example, other species, but also other countries to form these local communities and getting to know how to form these local communities. Our project has the potential to elevate environmental sustainability and also to pave a way to better and a more resilient poultry industry. And that's the slide I would like to conclude my slideshow with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, I'm impressed.
Oh, thanks.
I'm impressed. That was a very well curated and timed presentation, if no one can. Okay, next up is this is the finale. It's a double whammy, back-to-back, David in action. Are you ready? Which one's going to be better?
Two of them.
Both? Okay. Yeah. Okay, take it away.
Yeah, in Pathways we leave the most exciting part for the end. So I'm presenting the last two practice hubs, the first one with sheep and the second one with goats. So in the first one, we're working on sheep farms with different input levels in the Mediterranean dehesa ecosystem. And I will show some photos in a minute, but of the dehesa. We work with a partner in Pathways, Cor Sevilla, which is a large cooperative of 200 farmers, organic and non-organic, that operate in the southwest of Spain and part in Portugal, in this Mediterranean dehesa ecosystem, which it is linked to very high seasonal constraints, very dry summers, very somehow cold winters, but torrential rain. So it's very harsh environment, but a beautiful ecosystem that have difficulties to achieve efficiency because of those constraints. In an initial work in this practice hub, together with the farmers, we identified that regardless of the input levels, especially feeding inputs, the factor that determined the sustainability the most was having unproductive periods, mainly associated to the digestive and respiratory disorders. And this is where the innovation comes into the story. What we want to do in the Living Lab link to this practice hub is to test a range of different natural feed additives, so feed additives from plant extracts that can partly replace antibiotics and considerstacts that are normally used in this area in different periods of the year, because the lambing period is very different in the winter and in the summer, and see how that can improve the overall efficiency of the system. So the main driver here is, as I said, the efficiency that is constrained by seasonal and the climatology of the area, and the big challenge is to try to overcome these unproductive losses due to health problems in a range of different farms. So the uniqueness is basically trying to reduce the use of conventional antimicrobials, which is still high in this area, but using feed additives based in plant extracts adapted to the conditions that we have in this ecosystem. Because the lambing period in the winter and the summer of spring are very different, then the management has to be also adapted in relation to the mothers and to the lambs. So the two positive outcomes that we're expecting to have is, of course, an improvement of the overall efficiency, but also animal welfare and carbon footprint of the systems, and hopefully reduce the use of antimicrobials in the food chain. So that's the first one. And okay. So we changed now to goats, and this is another practice hub that we run in collaboration with the Breeding Association of the Murciano Granadina dairy goat, which operates in the whole country and is the largest dairy goat breed in Spain, and one of the most important in Europe. And it's about using a precision livestock farming tool that have been being used for a while now by these farmers, collecting data from individual animals to produce information for the farmers, feedback in terms of duration of the lactation, insemination periods, what animals keep for replacement, etc. What we're interested to do here is to add a new element to this precision livestock farming tool, which is related to animal welfare in this dairy goats system. So this tool has been used for nearly 10 years now. It was actually first developed as part of a European project, Ice Age, and Georgios is here, was the coordinator of that project. So the challenges that we have here is the heterogeneity of the variety of level of implementation of this tool and the technology in different farms. And the other one is related to the climatology. So the heat waves that we are experiencing in southern Spain, the frequency of these heat waves is increasing due to climate change, and that has an enormous impact on milk production. So the uniqueness of this living lab coming from the practice hub is first is to combine different sources of information that it makes it challenging but quite interesting at the same time. So we're using the tool, what is called Rumia. So all the information that this tool provides will be used in the practice hub. Then we will conduct, or we're actually conducting animal welfare assessments in some of the farms that has been developed, this assessment in the project, in Pathways, specific for dairy goats. In the farms that we are working, we also have records of weather conditions, so we can link all the things to those conditions. And one of the novel things probably is the use of collars that have been specifically developed for dairy goats to monitor the individual behavior in relation to different heat stress events. And that will be also linked to the information that we are collecting from the other sources. So hopefully we can, we expect to improve the tool that is already being used, but in terms of providing recommendations in terms of animal welfare for these production systems. So thank you very much.
Okay, well done, Davide. Well done, all of our practice hub pitchers. Thank you for participating in this exercise. I hope that it gave you guys, the audience, some insights into, bite-sized information of the work that's ongoing with Pathways. I invite you to interact with our colleagues over the lunch break. We're a little bit past 1 p.m., I believe, so I'm keeping us pretty much on track with the time. We aim to reconvene here at 2, so plenty of time to network, to get to know each other. If you want to give a statement about your vision for future sustainable food systems, the media farm is right there. It's outside there in that little planted area. So thanks for your attention. Thanks for your participation. Big round of applause, please, and let's go for lunch.
Tess, Lawrence, you, Catherine. No, Catherine, you're not tired. I'm sorry here. Huh? Whatever you prefer. Yeah, I think so. That'd be nice to do it. Lawrence, I need you. I'm sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the end of our day. I hope you enjoyed the afternoon in the breakout groups, discussing the storylines and challenging our storylines, etc. And so now, very last part of our conversation, we will have the pleasure to listen to Jessica, Lawrence, Nina, and Catherine, reporting back on the breakout groups. And Andrea Gavinelli from DG Santé will kind of play the role of a grand témoin, telling us what he thinks about that and what would be interesting next steps for us from his point of view. So without further ado, I propose we start, and maybe Nina, you can start as you're the first on my right.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Nina Adams. I work at Reading University and work on the Pathways project. Thanks, Lawrence. I was part of a team with Dan, facilitating and talking about the animal welfare, high animal welfare storyline today. And here are some of the sort of 5 key messages that we discussed. So first of all, we established that there's no business case as of now for a scenario where we have high animal welfare. And this is because the current conditions don't really support high animal welfare, which is following on from a kind of consumer willingness to pay, which seems low for high animal welfare, and at the same time also the willingness to actually change diets and reduce animal products in the diet seems low as well. So the projected changes there in the diet is quite low. And this is all happening despite an increased awareness that we see in the topic of animal welfare. And this is also linked, so the conditions that don't really make the case for high animal welfare is also linked to uneven trade rules, where the import requirements for products on animal welfare are not the same. So creating uneven trading conditions. And this point of maybe low willingness to pay or for high animal welfare products is also linked to what we identified as lack of knowledge on the consumer side, but also different understandings of what animal welfare means to people. So one point we discussed was educating people on how food is produced would be one focus, and also focusing on the animal-human bond in this. And yeah, that could lead to people making informed decisions, but at the same time, as I said, it is unclear what people mean when they say that they support higher animal welfare, and what baseline do they actually think of, and what would higher animal welfare mean. We also discussed labels as a way to educate people and to also to reward farmers that increase animal welfare on their farms. We discussed whether there should be a standard EU label and be as part of also a wider sustainability label for this. And this would also help retailers to supply more higher animal welfare food products to consumers. And make them kind of really focus on essential in this conversation as well. Another point was that generally animal welfare standards, as they are today, they need to be better implemented and controlled within all member states. And on that point, we also saw a need for training and education on the side of farmers for them to be able to fulfill standards and keep up with changing technologies and practices, maybe. There was a bit of a disagreement in this point at the level of knowledge on animal welfare and the level of animal welfare across the EU in general. And then on the last point, we talked about that it's not only about the farmer and the consumption side, but there's also other ways to increase animal welfare in the chain, for example, in increasing the availability of slaughterhouses or on-farm slaughter, what we've heard about before as well, as a way to increase animal welfare throughout the chain, and also to facilitate the transition for farmers who can then be confident that their high animal welfare focus can also translate to all stages of their production. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Shall we move to Lawrence?
Yep, sure. Is that working? Yeah, so is that working, that mic? Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So, yeah, we were in the Rural Renaissance group, which I think somebody mentioned is possibly the most complex storyline. So we had the most difficult tasks there. I should say, and somebody made the really good point in our group that for newcomers to this storyline, perhaps newcomers to the Pathways project, one assumption we're working with in this storyline is that what we're talking about is autonomous or semi-autonomous regions. So essentially, within those regions, we're trying to sort of work with sort of local trade agreements. So there would be, at the policy level, first and foremost, there would be some quite strict policies in place around local sourcing and interaction within those regions, and similarly, a sort of prohibition on sort of international trade for some inputs, in particular things like soy. So this aspect was really clear on the policy side, and incentives in place to support that sort of local collaboration were mentioned several times. Also, the aspects of sort of public-private collaboration was highlighted in this context, in particular thinking about social innovation beyond agriculture in terms of making rural areas more appealing for young people to move to from the cities, for example. And as part of that, it was suggested in this rural renaissance there would have to be infrastructure in place to support those transfers, so things like Wi-Fi, schools, hospitals, cultural provisions and so on within these rural landscapes. The other thing on the agricultural side would be to make grants available at a policy level, obviously, for new starters coming into agriculture. So again, to facilitate that move from the cities into the rural areas, particularly with younger people, and for social mobility in that context. And similarly, support for sort of insurance financing when starting new farms and new ventures within existing farms. Also on the policy side, the other aspect was that there should be increased costing of externalities within agricultural systems, and these should be outcome-based. So within this rural renaissance storyline, there would be support for the avoided damage that would be achieved through the implementation of practices for soil protection, for example, with regard to avoided flooding, and similarly the impacts of avoided loss of crops through climate change and so on. So the other aspect of policy in this context was around public procurement in these areas, so supporting school meals and education, as well as part of that in terms of policy makers supporting children getting access to farms, and sort of agriculture being sort of raised up the agenda in terms of public awareness. And at a policy level, again, also the joint working across departments was seen as a sort of broader obstacle that would have to be overcome. So essentially, departments for agriculture, departments for food, and departments for health and education all sort of working together at that sort of governmental level, cross-governmental level. Also on the support side, a very direct suggestion was made for reduced tariffs for investment in diverse landscape features. So sort of tax breaks and tax incentives for that diversification. The other aspects, so on the market side, the kind of key theme was really around sort of higher prices for livestock products, and the sort of acceptance and integration of true cost accounting within products in agriculture more generally was sort of a given within this storyline. And it was accepted that this would sort of drive up the cost of products, livestock products and agricultural products more generally, so people would be paying more for their food, essentially. So, but potentially with this true cost accounting implemented at a wide level, then the sort of high input systems would end up with being more expensive. There was a question raised around the ethics of this, around the sort of food poverty question, for example, and affordability and demand. But it was raised that it's not, the farmers are not responsible for that sort of wider economic question around basic income and tax breaks, etc., for those on lower incomes around food affordability and so on. So, but that was a sort of side issue. On a market level, there would have to be, within this rural renaissance, established contracts as well between specialised systems. So we were thinking in particular about collaborations between specialised cropping and livestock farms at this regional level and sort of mixed farming at a distance. And again, this sort of social innovation investment at a market level in terms of stimulating local economies through investment in things like local abattoirs, processing facilities and decentralised supply chains. As a sort of benefit from this storyline as well, there would be sort of less waste and packaging, we thought, and it'd also have to be a shift to sort of seasonal produce within these autonomous or semi-autonomous regions. So across Europe, we'd have to sort of get used to sort of less choice, I suppose, within these regions at different times of the year. And so we want me to wrap up. So I think the exception to that was coffee. People were not prepared to give up coffee. So, yeah, I'll leave it there, I think. So.
Thanks, Lorenz. Jessica, yeah.
Thank you. So I was Feed No Feed with Philippa Nuttall, who did an exceptional job of navigating our conversation because it was highly complex. We came up with actually 16 market and policy incentives, drivers, conditions. It was one just overall reflection before I go into a bit more about the detail. We started out talking about the values of our market and all policy conditions, and we were talking about positive incentives, drives for change, providing the right choices. And as we started to talk about the nitty-gritty detail, that shifted quite rapidly towards actually things that were much more interventionist. So I'll just go through our 16 policy and market kind of drivers, incentives now. So first of all, we had looking at externalities, so pricing in externalities, so kind of a polluter pay concept. We had ban cheap meat advertising, including junk food and ultra-processed food. So we digressed into perhaps linked to other scenarios there, but we were kind of didn't want it to just be focused specifically on meat. Market measures and quotas around bringing agriculture into emissions trading system. So there was a bit of a debate about who would actually pay in that situation. We didn't want to kind of focus specifically on farmers, so more conversation to be had there. A nice case example was suggested that's been done in the public sector around reducing tax on plant-based production to kind of bring people into that sector. A change in the agreement on how many legumes we can currently grow, for those who understand the historic policy around that. Social prescribing, so looking at government paying for particularly people from reduced incomes being able to actually access diverse fruit and vegetables. Subsidies and a massive reopening of the CAP. And then looking at incentives, so shifting knowledge, skills and land use. So using the same money but in different ways and having a kind of much more diverse conversation about what that looks like. Two policy incentives that chime with Lawrence's group were accelerating transition for future generations, so looking at the rural youth and grant schemes around that, and also public procurement, so bringing back the Sustainable Food Systems Law, which was the suggestion from this group. And then a few more ideas. So be able to use byproducts. So Japan and the US are positive case examples of that in particularly monogastric production. De-risking the transition for grass-based livestock systems, but also the other production systems that are characterised in our scenario. So farm has the income then from the government to support that transition. Reducing the power of retailers, we talked a little bit about this, more regulation, more government incentives, for example, limiting the margin retailers actually make on products, and also increasing the amount of products retailers have to sell from systems that we're talking about in this scenario, for example, as France is a case example of that. Cash back on food linked to dietary score. I think that was my favourite idea. Public procurement I've covered. Cleaner goals for government to help the sector go in the right direction, so looking at financing, public sector financing and investment. And then we kind of ended up where we started, which was talking about this is a journey and it's a participatory journey. And we felt that we need a kind of a multi-actor, cross-partisan citizen science assembly to agree the vision, and we obviously bringing people together to co-create what that vision looks like, using data and science to inform that decision making, but taking everyone on that journey so that when there are losers, people understand the consequences and understand the process around decision making, because we feel that that's really lacking at the moment. So basically the take-home message is an agricultural future based on science-based targets.
Thanks, Jess. Pretty much like what, in a sense, is tried at the moment with the strategic dialogues, except we don't have so clearly the science supporting the process. Thank you so much. Catherine?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to present the results from the Efficiency First group, which was facilitated by Maria, was done very well. This group focused on how to produce more with less, in simple words. We had some discussion, what's the role of ruminants, and we felt that they will be there, but we then focused our discussion on monogastrics. I'm going to try to bring to you always a kind of a challenge and what was the proposed solution. But to start with, I will start with discussion was about technologies and digitalization and the reality that many of these already exist and that many of these are actually beneficial for animal welfare and animal health, yet they seem to not be adopted. Why is that? And the group felt that there's actually a problem with capital investment. Farmers don't have the money to adopt this technology that would allow efficiency and animal welfare to increase. The solution to that, or the proposed solution was, well, maybe we should have funds for the transition, and maybe we should think outside of the CAP, like, for example, like the Sustainable Food System Law that didn't pass through, but that was the sort of thinking outside of the CAP. And then we went through a long discussion where we discovered that there was plenty of outdated laws, so maybe that's also something we could revisit. Well, we said there was many technologies available and they were not adopted, but there was still some kind of gap here. There was this whole understanding of what is the circular economy and what works. There's been long discussion that what works could be highly context specific, yet we should maybe get better inside what works and how to combine this and make this available, so a sort of mapping exercise. The funny thing about efficiency first is it's a world where we talk of being very efficient. The only thing that is not efficient is bureaucracy. So there has been a long talk about how to improve that. We talked about having a kind of data platform or farmer idea so that the farmers own the data and can decide to release it instead of repeating the same things. But we also discussed the role of retailers. You know, these retailers who want to have this brand and this marketing thing, well, they are also contributing to that bureaucracy, and maybe that's also something we should look at. So it's not just policy, but also retailer that enhance the workload. Then we discussed the fact that policymakers and retailers have the role to play, but also consumers, because they are consuming only the good parts and creates a lot of waste. And in an efficient world, this doesn't really have its space. And in general, we should actually educate that consumer, get the message through to him to eat more all the pieces, but also to understand that efficiency is about reducing the environmental impact per unit of product. And then the last point turned around the unfair competition with outside, again explaining that the products that are produced in Europe have high animal welfare and low environmental impact, and it doesn't feel fair if then products are getting imported which are of lower, do not need to comply with these rules, and therefore there was a talk around trade protection. And to conclude, I think the key message of the group was, well, before we start taking away all this animal out of the system, let's make them better.
Thanks, Catherine, very clear. Thanks for everyone for contributing to all that. I think we can now give the word to Andrea as a grand témoin. The task is quite hard, and you have accepted very lately to take it over. So thanks for that already. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I surely don't have the capacity to reflect in my remarks the immense richness of this project and this idea that you are bringing forward. And I'm saying that as a policy maker from an area that is an angle that originated as a very small angle, the animal welfare one, we saw the embedding of this philosophy in many of the elements that common people that are looking not only to the administrator in their own country, but also here at the European level, are embracing when you think about a positive approach to their way they consume, they live, and so on. The definition of sustainability is vague, we know. The definition of animal welfare is also vague, but is as I was saying, is bringing elements of morality and ethics that are incredibly affecting the life of the people. This brings people changing, for example, habits and pattern of consumption, as we were speaking. The richness of this day and this project is immense because it's an holistic way to talk about the future. And to be honest, is going larger, and this is and my colleague from DG Agri is here, is larger than the common agricultural policy philosophy, despite it's embedded in it. And this is the best wish, I think, for the future of Europe, to go over the borders of the common agricultural policy. We are not here talking about first pillar, second pillar, technical language about conditionality, all this stuff that makes exactly the administrative burden sometime, because, you know, we have been developing a lot of system to verify that is something incompliant or not compliant to be paid or not to be paid. Then we have been also working about elements like labels connected with geographical indications, for example, and traditions, a special type of cheese or wine. But when we come to the fact that we are talking about a responsibility for the future of the next generation of Europeans, and not only, because in any case Europe consume a lot and consume resources of global resources in a way. What is important is that, and I come back, the interspecies link that is growing up, this sense of responsibility that you see in the new generations is probably an important light that could, in each one of these streams, has been mentioned, in my opinion. When you talk about the business model, the difficulty for paying more, and when we talk about the capacity to empower at the regional level, we have a beautiful example of common agricultural policy that is in the south of France, building small slaughter plant for a farmer of sheep and goats that grab their own market straight, cooperatives there. And these are small piece of the jigsaw, no? We all know, we're all expert about that. But the problem is how to bring this in a policy-making structure. This is why sitting here with a closing remark that we're for also, Catherine, as an expert and director in DG Agri, responsible for what will be the future, and you know we have a dialogue on agriculture ongoing. It's really important that we bring this holistic way of seeing very close also to the politics. Because the reactivity, when you are sitting in agricultural council or on a Minister of Finance Council in Brussels, or in an environmental council or in a health council are all different ministers. But is in fact the precious issue here that you are sitting in this table together. And when you see also, and I was noting, the question of efficiency, this will be increased if there is a shared understanding of the targets by all these ministers when they sit together. It's not easy. And our role as officials is really the one to mix up in policy making all this, the risk assessment and the risk management, to bring it all together with a policy line. The future needs this. This is clear and is stated by many. And sometimes it's passing by a small thing. For example, we have an important initiative that is called European Citizen Initiative. It is a value for European democracy because it's sufficient a little bit more than 1 million people bring together idea and sign an idea that is brought to the attention of the Commission to start a process of reflection in policy making. We learned one thing, that of the 6 eligible policy initiative, ACI, that they were accepted, half of it are about animals. That's, in my opinion, is something that when you talk about your work and the work we are doing, is in fact reflected also when you think about the pattern of consumption, the motivation, the understanding, and the way to relate between the environment, the people, and the animals. Talking about the borders and what is the way we relate with the pattern of consumption, label. We had discussion on labels, we had discussion on what is going on with what we control outside the border. But definitely, it is something that is exactly important to discuss because it's coming at the center of this pattern exactly in this moment. But not because of a protectionist agenda, but because we have instead a moral duty and an important element of defense. That is the effect that we have more and more Europeans and citizens demanding to look into this politically. It's not a question of price, it's not a question of competitiveness, it's a question of ethics and morality. That is a beautiful thing for a democratic Europe. And so I like to close with these words. I was brought here to bring about my idea. I was only in one of the panel. The people in my team were following this morning, so I had an exchange. To be honest, I'm a small head of unit dealing with animal welfare only, but in fact, I have to say the way I'm working every day is the reflection of your work and is hoping to get more for the young people that are working with me. That is very important. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, everyone. I'll give the word to Lawrence to close the day, because I don't feel entitled to do so. Please.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'd just like to say huge thank you, first of all, to the organisers. It's challenging enough to organise an event like this when it's within one country and just with participants from within that country or region. But when you have people coming from all over Europe by planes, trains and automobiles, it's an extra challenge. And Stuart and the Revolve team have been an absolute pleasure to work with throughout Pathways, and this was no exception. So I'd just like to say a huge thank you to the team at Revolve for all of the work they've done, and if you could say thank you to in their usual way. Also thank you to the staff here at the Square. I don't know if there's anyone from the Square in the building, but huge thank you to the team here for the delicious food and coffee and amazing refreshments and everything else that they provided. So it's a beautiful venue, so good choice, and hopefully we'll be back here for the final forum, which is coming up towards the end of the project in 2026. So It's not too far away now, so a couple of years. But I'd like to say thank you to all of you for the amazing input today. It's been a really productive set of discussions, and it's really helping to put a lot of flesh on the bones of these storylines that we've worked so hard to produce over the last years. And also from the Practice Hub representatives who are here today, it's so inspiring to hear about the work you're all doing, not only in the hubs, but in the Living Lab projects that are starting in the coming months. So huge thank you to everyone who's contributed through the presentations and the discussions today. I think there's a plan for a group photo outside, so don't run off just yet. I think the plan is to head downstairs in front of this side of the building, is it? So, and there's the main entrance, yep. So, yeah, just so where you came in, you should see this banner outside, or a similar one to this. So if we can gather outside there, we'll have a group photo with everybody. But thank you once again for all your inputs, and stay in touch and check out our project website, social media for news of upcoming events, both online and in person. So we'll have webinars taking place throughout this year as part of the community of practice, as well as other sort of face-to-face events coming up. So stay in touch, and thanks again. Thank you.
To the next.